I will worship you, Yahuah, my Elohim. I will worship you, Yahuah, my Elohim. I will worship you, Yahuah. I will give you praise, and I will praise your name, Yahuah, Elohim. I will bow my knee to you, mighty one. I will bow my knee. Yes, I will. To you, mighty one. I will lift my voice. Yes, I will. Everything else is fine. I will give my voice. I will give you praise, Almighty One. I will lift my voice and worship you. Oh, yes, I will. Oh, yes, oh, yes, I will. I will worship you. I will worship you. Yahuah, Elohim, to the Father. I will worship you, Yahuah.
Allahu Yahuah, we give you praise and honor to Yahuah. We're back. I want to say once again, Shabbat Shalom, family. Again, to the family joining us on YouTube, I want to apologize. I was looking while I was recreating a new session. I was looking to see what I might have done wrong, but it doesn't seem as if it was from my end. For some reason, it went out, but we're back. We give Yahuah praise for that. Once again, Shabbat Shalom to you all, and and welcome back. Oh, you'll have to go back and go back in again. Yeah. Just exit and then go back and you'll find it. Yeah. So welcome back once again, family. There is a line open. I think it's coming from a telephone line. So family, if you're joining us on telephone, if you could just make sure that your phone is muted, so that I don't have to mute it from this end, because if I mute it and you want to come to the phone line, you want to come to the mic, then I don't know, you won't be able to get in. But if you mute it, then you want to come to the mic, then you can always unmute it and you can come in. Last week I had, for example, Aki Trevin's phone line was open, and you know, I didn't know whose phone line it was, and I was trying to convey that need to mute the line. Well, by the time he heard me, and I didn't realize he heard me, and he went to mute it, but by then I'd already muted it, and he wanted to get on, he wanted to get in, and he couldn't. And so because I had muted him, you know, so I don't want to do that. So I actually saw that it was coming from 520, so 520-248. If you're listening, if you're able to hear me, just mute your phone for me so that it doesn't come through. I don't want to mute it, because then if you want to come to the mic later, you're unable to get in. Okay. All right. Tuda, I think that worked. So once again, Tuda, just a reminder to everyone, when you join us via the phone lines, just remember to hit the mute on your phone. Hopefully your phone has a mute button, and you just hit that mute button, because if not, then we're hearing everything that comes through that phone, whether it's just rubbing or whatever it is. It sounds louder in the room. Yes, go ahead, Akut.
I'm sorry. This is Akut, Yari. I'm sorry.
Oh.
I'm so sorry. I don't normally get on the phone. Interrupting. Sorry.
No problem, Akut. Great to hear you. Yeah, great.
It's the one that does not have
a mute
savvy when it comes to electronics. But I couldn't tell. So when I hit, because it shows that my little microphone, it has a line through it, but when I press it, and I guess the blue thing is showing, I guess that's not coming in. But sorry for the interruption.
No problem.
I did want to say something. So.
Oh, please do. Please do. Please do.
Hello, Yahuah is the first thing that I do want to say.
Yahuah.
For Yahuah is good, and His mercy endureth forever. And I came in on the tail end of Akut Bernice, and I just wanted to, encourage her. Like I said before, I know this is such a learning thing for all of us, and we don't know very much, but Yahuah, and His infinite wisdom and His all-knowing, He can do whatever He wills to do. And I think it's very true. A big part of the growing and learning process on our part is accepting His will, whatever it is.
Yes. And
continuing to believe, because that's a hard one.
Yes. Believe
me, I know. And on a daily basis, our trials can last, through our life. We don't know.
Yes.
Whatever Father wills, it's His will. But our making sure that we don't take our hand off of the plow, so to speak.
Yes.
And start doubting Him, and just believe Him anyway, because nothing is too hard for Him. But His thoughts are not our thoughts, and His ways are not our ways. Indeed. And His ways are past finding out. I love you. So, it's hard. I want to encourage everybody that, as you said very well, Aki, it's true. Yahuwah's will be done, and one day we will understand that whatever He does.
Yes.
Amen.
Amen. Tuda, for sharing. Your words indeed are a baraka, and that's the difficult part in our development and in our growing. You can think of it think of a child. We are children. Yahuah continue to refer to us as children, right? We are his children. We are the sheep of his pasture. Praise Yahuah. And he tells us, enter into my gates with thanksgiving and into his courts with praise. Be thankful unto him and Barak his name, because no matter what, Yahuah is good. His truth is everlasting and his mercy does endure forever. And so, but the challenge is, as children. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'll let mommy look at it. Okay. The challenge is that as children, we don't always understand what our parents does. We don't always understand as children. We didn't always understand as children why it was that when it began to turn a little dark, we had to come in the house. We didn't always understand why it was that we couldn't have everything that we wanted to have when we wanted to have it as children, and in the same way, as children of Yahuah, we don't always understand why it is that he does the things that he does when he does them. And that's a challenge. But what we learn for us, looking now from the perspective of us with our parents, our earthly parents, many of us can look back now and see why it is that mother or father said, okay, you can't do this or you can't do that, or it's time for you to come in the house, or whatever it is. Now when we have grown up, we have matured, and we might have children of our own, we can now understand what it was that our parents were trying to do for us, that they were actually trying to protect us and not harm us. But in our youthful foolishness, we felt as if they didn't want us to have fun. We felt as if they were just, maybe we felt they were mean. Oh, I can't wait to grow up. I can't wait to be, whether it be 18, 19, 20, whatever it might be. In our minds, we just can't wait. And then we grow up and we realize, oh man, I wish I could go back to being a kid, when I don't have all these worries, when somebody else was the one worrying, so we spend our little lives, can't wait to grow up, and now we spend our grown lives wishing to be a kid once again, so in some ways we are still childish, but it's the same way it is for us and our Father Yahuah, because he knows best. We don't know so much, I tell the story I heard, and I've said it before. I heard the story, and I think about Ayub's life when I think about the story. But I heard the story told of a kid who wanted to go to see a football game, and he always wanted to go see a football game. I'm telling the story. I'm not promoting football or anything like that. I'm just telling the story. But he wanted to go see a football game. His dad knew that he always wanted to go see this football game, see this team play. But his dad worked away from home a lot. Anyway, one weekend, Dad realized that he had the opportunity of going home, and he wanted to surprise his son, so he purchased tickets at the last moment to take his son to a game. When he purchased the tickets, it was late, so he was only able to find tickets for the nosebleed section. He was only able to find tickets in the stadium, up in that top level of the stadium, which means then that they're going to be further away from the action, from the sideline. And so, because he knew just how much this game meant to his son, he was a little upset. The father was a little upset because now he does manage to take his son to the game, but he has him up in the nosebleed section. Well, they got to the game, and his son is all excited before he got to the game. Now they're at the game, and his son's all excited, and the father he's down. He's not happy, thinking about the fact that he didn't get his son a good seat. So finally he turned to his son and he asked him, son, he said, why are you so happy? I mean, we all the way up here in the nosebleed section, I really wanted you to be down by the sidelines, where you could be up on the action. You could see everything that goes on. And the son said to the father, he said, "No, Dad." He said, "You got us the best seat." He said, "You got us the best seat." The father said, "Well, why is that? We're all the way up here." He said, "Because we get to see what the blimp sees. It's like watching television at home and the blimp goes over. When the blimp shows the picture, you not only see what's going on in the stadium, you see what's going on outside of the stadium." And so he was happy because he gets to see the full picture, you see. And I repeat that because for us, we're like that father who thinks that to be close up on the action, to be able to what we think when we're close up, when we're on the sidelines, we're thinking that we're seeing every move, you see. We think that we're seeing everything that's going down. We don't realize that we're only seeing what's right in front of us. Where Yahuah, who sits high and looks low, he sees everything, you see. He knows everything. He sees the end and he sees the beginning and he sees everything in between. We're only seeing what's right in front of us. And when we're only seeing what's right in front of us, sometimes what's right in front of us can become overwhelming. Sometimes what's right in front of us can seem as if it's going to be the end of us. Sometimes what's right in front of us is saying that this is it. There is no tomorrow. There is no way I'm going to make it out of this. Sometimes what's right in front of us can seem bigger than it actually is. But Yahuah, who sits high and looks low, he sees the end from the beginning. Not only does he see the end from the beginning, but he lays out our pathway. You see, and so there are no surprises with Yahuah. For us, it might be a surprise because we don't have the level of knowledge that he has. We're not able to see what he sees. And so that's where it is important for us to put our trust and our hope in him, the one who sees and the one who knows. In the book of Bereshit, do me a favor, stop that thing, please. In the book of Bereshit, you had the story. You have the story of Ashma'al and his mother. Okay, you have the story of Ashma'al and his mother. And Ashma'al, what had happened? Now, if you read in the book of Yashar, you get the details. The book of Bereshit, Genesis, don't give you the detail. But if you read in the book of Yashar, which is what they call Jasher, you'll get more details. So what really happened there with Ashma'al, that's who they call Ishmael, what happened with him and with Yatshak was that he was jealous of Yatshak, you see. And so he planned to kill Yatshak. He wanted to kill Yatshak because he was jealous of the relationship that Yatshak had with his father. And so he wanted to kill Yatshak. So when that plot was uncovered, Sarah said, or Sharia said, you know what? He can't stay here. You see. Yep, he was the firstborn. Ashma'al was the firstborn, and he felt like Yatshak was, was honored more than he was, him being the firstborn. You see. And so he wanted to get Yatshak out of the way. And so his mother, Sarah said, knowing what the plot was, she said, he can't stay here. He's got to go. And so Abraham determined that he was going to put them away. He was going to put Hagar and the bondwoman's son, he was going to put them away. And so he gave them food, he gave them water, he gave them supply for the journey, and he sent them on their way. But then they started traveling. They began to travel across the desert and across the Arabian desert. And that's when they ran out of water, they ran out of food, and Ashma'al was now laying face down in the sand on the verge of death. And so his mother Hagar cried out. Now remember that Hagar was from Mitzrayim, and she was quite familiar with the way of life in Mitzrayim. But she began to cry out. She cried out to Yahuah. You see, she didn't cry out to the deities of Matzrayim. She cried out to Yahuah, right? Now, when she cried out to Yahuah, something happened, and that is she did not expect for Yahuah to respond in the way that he did. Yahuah responded in a way that caused her to know that he knew, that he saw her. He saw her situation. He was aware of her condition, that he was very much aware, and she was surprised by that. She was shocked by that. Why was she shocked? That Yahuah sees. She was shocked. She was shocked because the deities, the mighty ones that she's accustomed to, they had eyes, but they did not see. They had mouth, but they did not speak. They have ears, and yet they did not hear. And so she was surprised when Yahuah responded in the way that he did. And she said, you are the Elohim that sees. You are Yahuah the Elohim that sees. And so she declared that Yahuah is the Elohim that sees because Yahuah saw her situation. You see. And so sometimes when we go through difficulties, we might forget that Yahuah sees. We might forget that Yahuah knows. But it doesn't matter how it looks. We must know that Yahuah does see, that Yahuah does know, that Yahuah does hear, and that Yahuah does act. You know what's amazing? I'll say this real quickly. My grandmother, I loved my grandmother, and she loved me greatly. And I took care of my grandmother the best way I could, and with whatever I could. I tried my best to take care of my grandmother. My grandmother was more of a mother to me than my mother. My mom is a good woman, but my grandmom was a great woman. My grandmother, I would take her to dialysis because she had her kidneys had failed. And I took her to dialysis back and forth for years. But it came a point one time we took her to dialysis, and we had to end up taking her from there and taking her to the hospital because she was in a lot of pain. And when she went to the hospital, they spent hours evaluating her, and they ended up admitting her to the hospital. And after they admitted her to the hospital, she stayed about 2 days in the hospital, and then they called for us to come and to take her home. They said there's nothing that we can do for her because she has stomach cancer, and it is so badly gone that we think that within 2 weeks she'll be gone. And so we took her home, and my grandmom used to love for me to read scriptures to her. And we took her home. At the time, I was working about 90 hours a week, and I wasn't able to go see her much while she was home. They gave her 2 weeks to live. But I got a call from my aunt, my grandmom's daughter, that it seemed as if she's in a coma. My grandmom is in a coma, and it just seemed as if she's doing worse. And they needed me to come over, and they said they hadn't called me for a couple of days because they knew how I was working. But they said that when they did finally call me, they said that she's not doing well, and think that the only reason why she isn't gone is because she's waiting for you. So I went over there as quick as I could to see my grandmom, and she wasn't responding. But what I did was I grabbed the the scriptures. I grabbed the book, the Bible, and I began to read some passages that I knew that she loved to hear me read to her. And after I read them, and at that time, I didn't know Yahuah. I was still in church. But I read them, and then after I read them, I prayed, and she squeezed my hand. She squeezed my hand, and then she coughed. She coughed up some stuff. Didn't look good. And I held her head up, put my hand under her head, and raised her head as she was coughing. And then after the cough and this stuff came up, I cleaned her mouth. And soon after that, she stopped breathing. You know, and I knew that was it. And I rested her head down. Now, the thing that's amazing to me and what Yahuah caused me to remember and to reflect on just the other day is that now my grandmom, she didn't have health insurance. She didn't have benefits. She had just come from Jamaica, never worked in this country, and she wasn't eligible for certain benefits and things like that. And so even though she had been going to the doctors for quite a while, she didn't have the kind of insurance that would cause them to evaluate deeper. She never did. So obviously she had this cancer for many years. And she had been going to the doctors, but nobody ever said anything about her having cancer. But she had had that cancer for many years. Couldn't afford doctors. So the thing that came to mind for me was that the other day I was thinking, how could she have gone all those years with that devastating cancer eating out her stomach, to the point that when they did go to the hospital, they said that there's nothing they could do, that her stomach is gone. The cancer ate everything in her. And I'm thinking, what pain she must have been in, but she never complained. And then the thought came to me, Yahuah sees, Yahuah knows, Yahuah acts. And so she had no insurance, she had no services, and she had a cancer that ate out her insides. That had to be painful, but I never saw her in pain like that. And so what dawned on me was that Yahuah was keeping her in the midst of it. In the midst of her ailment, in the midst of this illness, in the midst of this devastation, Yahuah was keeping her. Because family, imagine you having my neighbor just recently died from cancer, and they had to put her on this strong pain medication. Okay? They had to put her on this strong pain medication. Now, she had insurance where the insurance paid for this medication, and she had people, hospice, coming to the house, you know, giving her this medication because they said there was nothing else they could do other than to make her comfortable. My grandmom had none of that. And I never saw her wrenching in pain. I never saw her, opioids. She never got any of that, and I never saw her in so much pain that we would, it would traumatize us. And but Yahuah brought her through it to the end, you see. And my point here is that Yahuah is able. Yahuah kept her. Yahuah saw. He saw the deep things that we couldn't see, you see. And he kept her, you see. He kept her. And that's what we got to know about Yahuah. That's what we got to know about Yahuah, you see. Yahuah sees what we don't see. He knows what we don't know. And he is able and he is capable. He is a keeper as well as he is a healer. He is a preserver as well as he is a deliverer. When you go to the book of Daniel, when Nebuchadnezzar said to the three Abirim boys, when he told them that either you bow down or you get thrown into the fire, their response to him was, "We will not bow, O king, because Yahuah is able to deliver." But they didn't stop there. This is their belief, and this is the test of true belief. They said, from there, they said, "We will not bow because Yahuah is able to deliver." But they did not neglect the fact that Yahuah may choose not to deliver. So they said, but even if he don't, we will not bow. You see? And that's where our belief has got to be. We've got to get to the point of, even if he don't, we're still going to trust him. You see, Ayub, his belief was also in that place, because Ayub said, Yahuah gives, Yahuah takes. Baruch be the name of Yahuah. You see, Ayub also said, Yahuah is able to deliver, but even if he don't, I will still worship him. And so the scriptures tells us in the book of Ayub chapter 2 that when Ayub's Ashah said, why don't you curse Yahuah and die? Ayub said, Yahuah gives, Yahuah takes. Baruch be the name of Yahuah. Naked came I into this world, and naked will I leave. And he bowed down and he worshipped, the scripture says. You see, he had that belief in Yahuah. He knew what Yahuah was capable of doing, and he knew that Yahuah still, even in his dilemma, Yahuah is keeping him. Because if Yahuah was not keeping him, if Yahuah was not lightening the burden, he would have lost his mind. You see, he would have been tormented, but yet Yahuah was keeping him. You see, as much as he was feeling, it could have been greater had not Yahuah been keeping him. And so he said, Yahuah is able to deliver, but even if he don't, you see. And so even if he don't, we know Yahuah is able, and we know that he is keeping. And may Yahuah Baruch our key. And may Yahuah, you know, we read in the book of Mark about the man who came to Yahusha seeking healing. I don't remember if it was for his son or for his daughter. And Yahusha asked him if he believed. He said, if you believe, then she will be healed. Do you believe? He said, yes, I believe, but help my unbelief. Help my unbelief. Yeah, when we go through difficult times, our belief will be tried. Our belief will be tested. And unbelief will creep in. And that's where we got to cry out to Yahuah, help my unbelief. Don't deny the fact that I'm faced with some unbelief. I don't know how this is going to work out. I'm really, right now, I'm having some doubt. You see, Christianity will tell you that, no, you should never doubt. Doubt cancels out faith, and they'll tell you all kinds of stuff. No, you're human. You don't see what Yahuah sees. You don't know what Yahuah knows. And therefore, the situation in front of you will bring on doubt. And when doubt comes in, that's where we got to cry out to Yahuah and say, help my unbelief. Help my unbelief. You see? Help my unbelief. And so, may Yahuah continue to barak and to strengthen Aki Yaram Yahu, and to strengthen you, Akut, and to strengthen Akut Yolanda, and to strengthen us, and to help our unbelief as we stand in belief with you, and give us the ability to accept that even if he don't, you see, to accept whatever the will of Yahuah is for our lives. You see, a false teacher, a false prophet will come and he'll always say, oh, it's going to end well. And it's, what is well? Well is a matter of perception. You see, because what is well in the eyes of man may not be well in the will of Yahuah. You see, you know, in Yasharal, when Yahuah would send a word to the people, and the false prophet would come along with their own word, with their word of calm and prosperity and everything else. And oftentimes, as in the case with Yaram Yahu, they struck the prophet. They called him the false prophet. But a year later, the ones who brought the soaring messages and the feel-good words, they were the ones in the end who were cut off. They brought words that they knew the people wanted to hear, not what the people needed to hear. You know? And so Yahuwah's ways is not our ways, his thoughts are not our thoughts. And so we continue to believe in Yahuwah, trust in him, and know that he's working it out, and he has us, he's keeping us. Just like he kept my grandmother without medication or without anything, he kept her. He continued to keep his people. Just like he kept, even as he kept Ashma'al in the desert, he continued to keep his people, you see. So even if he don't, we will yet praise him. We will yet trust him. Hallelujah. All right, to the again Akut Yariya and Akut Vernice for sharing. To the. All right, family. Any other words and testimonies you want to give Yahuwah esteem? Please, by all means, feel free to do so. We're going to get to our lesson, but I just want to make sure if we have anyone in the room, because I come all the time and I talk all the time, you know, and you hear my voice all the time. The family and people of Yasharal don't always hear the rest of the family. So I just want to make sure you have that opportunity.
Shalom, Aki.
Shalom to you, my Aki.
Can I be heard pretty clear?
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Okay, hello, yeah. Shabbat Shalom, Mr. McCall and everybody. I hope everything's well with everybody.
Praise Yahuwah.
I just want to come to the mic and give Yahuwah all the esteem. Like you say, you know what I'm saying, even if you don't deliver, you know what I'm saying, he sure is able, you know.
Yes.
So that's all the reason in the world to be thankful and to be, you know what I'm saying, expressing our gratitude. So just want to give esteem to Yahuwah and pray everybody, you know what I'm saying, stay in good, strong belief and have courage and, you know what I'm saying, continue to know that he's faithful. You know, he can do it, you know, so.
Praise Yahuwah.
Shalom and hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Praise Yahuwah. And to the Aki, you know, your voice is always an encouragement to me. Your voice and your words, Aki. Love and appreciate you always. Praise Yahuwah. What we're going to do here now, family, we're going to turn our attention to our study for today. We're continuing in our study on a woman's role. I'm starting out today in a popular. And so as we turn as we kind of shift our attention from the role of women in the assembly, we looked at that slightly. We looked at that a little bit. And what we see from that is that women, according to scripture, that a woman can teach and women do teach. We see, according to scripture, that women do lead in Yasharal, in the example of Deborah. Who was Deborah? Deborah, that's who they call Deborah. Deborah was a prophetess. She was a judge and prophetess / seer. Before they were called Kahani or Kahanim or prophet, they were called seer or Raha. And we discussed Raha, the head, having to do with the head, leadership, right? She was a woman, and Yasharal have had good women in leadership, and Yasharal have had terrible women in leadership, you see. So in our study on the role of women, we saw that a woman do not have to be, or shouldn't just simply be some kind of mute fixture in the assembly of Yasharal, but a woman is of great value to Yasharal and in Yasharal for many reasons. You see, and in the assembly, Yahuwah uses women in the assembly. Yahuwah uses women in the scriptures to correct kings, as we saw. Yahuwah uses women in the scriptures to bring about humongous, gigantic reformation and spiritual change in Yasharal. Yahuah used women to bring about obedience in Yasharal. You see, we saw that in the scriptures, and it is so the role of, but we have been taught that a woman is only to be silent, and we have also been taught that even if a man is acting, if the husband is acting foolishly, then the woman must follow him at all costs. We saw in the scriptures that that's not the case. We looked at, for example, the instance of Abigail and her husband and Dahoud, you see. And so now usurping authority, what does that mean? I'm glad you brought that up, babe. Usurping authority. So did Deborah, as leader in Yasharal, usurp authority? Okay. You know what? Because we're dealing with translation, let's look at the definition of the word usurp. Okay. To usurp authority does not mean that a woman can't be in a position of authority. Deborah was in a position of authority. Okay. But so to usurp authority does not mean that a woman cannot be in a position of authority. Okay. So what does to usurp authority mean? Okay. Well, we can begin by looking up the definition of the word usurp, right? Now, again, we're dealing with translation. Okay. But since we're using the word usurp, let's look up the definition of that word. Let's discuss that for a moment. Okay, I'm going to put it up on the screen here in a moment. Bear with me just for a second. I'm going to put it up on the screen. Now let me see if I can get this right. I'm going to put it on the screen, so just bear with me. I've got to get it on. Okay. Okay, so what does it mean? Usurping authority. Usurp. Okay, what does that mean? Deborah being a leader, was she usurping authority? Right? And to answer that question, we need to get the definition of usurp or usurp. Notice here now, to seize and hold a position, office, or power. To seize and hold a position, office, or power. To seize. What does that imply? To seize. What does to seize imply? To seize. Let me grab the chat. To seize. What does that imply? Yeah, it implies a coup, to capture, to take by force, right? To take by force, to control by force, taken by force, to take. Okay, so to steal, to force, to take by force, to capture, right? To control by force. No, there is no doubt, family. And as we talk about this, we might as well now, as we get into our study, we might as well look at a woman who usurped authority. So I'm going to show you the difference between Deborah, a woman in authority. I'm going to show you the difference from the scriptures between a woman in authority and a woman who usurped authority. Okay, we're going to draw a contrast between the two. So it's not that a woman cannot be in authority, according to the scriptures. A woman must not usurp authority. So Deborah's authority was given to her by Yahuah. You have women in houses. You have women in houses that usurp authority. You have women in their families who usurp authority, meaning then that they have no respect for their husband's authority. You know, it might be the reason for a lack of respect for the husband's authority in some cases might be understandable because of the behavior of the husband, or it might not be she might not have a reason. She just wants to be bullish, you see. And so you have some women who feel like they should be the man, you know, they should do this, and you know, in other words, they should wear the pants. And that's just the way they feel. You see, that's a woman who have been, for one reason or another, become jacked in her perceptions and her assumptions, you see. And so you have a woman operating in a role that's not hers, you see. There is authority in the place, but she wants to go above that authority, and so she usurps authority. She stepped in the place forcefully of authority, you see. That's out of order. She was not put in that place of authority, you see. And in the family, in the home, as long as the husband is there, that woman has no place of authority in that home. And no, not no place, as far as, I mean, being the head of the home. You see? She is not to be she's not to be the man in that home. What about a trans man? He don't belong there, period. He's not real. Yeah, he's not real. He is still a woman, no matter what the doctors made him. You see. He's just totally out of order and out of whack. You know? He's going against the very course of nature. You see? Yeah, insurance ain't good enough for that. Yep. You know? He's absolutely confused. You see? Yeah. Because the man is absent. But even in that, it creates a mess when the man is absent. That's why you have so many boys today acting like women, talking like women, sounding like women, dressing like women, want to be women, because the man is absent. Emotional like women. Some of our men, they haven't gotten to the point of cross-dressing, and they haven't gotten to the point of laying with other men, but they certainly are as emotional as a woman should be. And a woman's emotion is natural. A woman's emotionalism is natural. Yahuah created her to be emotional. Mm-hmm.
Tell them about Shabath. Sometimes when I'm thinking about our son, and I get to crying because he's here alone with me.
Mm-hmm.
He tries to comfort me, and one day he's like, "It's okay, Mom. It's okay. You're all right. You're all right."
Mm-hmm. Now our son Shabath is 2 years old, right? And because I work long hours, long days, he's home a lot with his mom. And my wife is here. Oftentimes it's just her and him. And you know, sometimes she has days where she's thinking about our son that was murdered, you know, and he'll notice that she's crying or something. And Shabath, he's very sensitive to that. He's very sensitive. He's sensitive emotionally to us, period. But that's something too that we have to guide as his parents. We've got to guide and we've got to curb. You see, because while a man is to express emotions, there needs to be a defining point, you see. But he'll come, there needs to be balance, right? And so, but he'll notice my wife, and she's, you know, she's sorrowful, and he'll go over and he'll try to comfort her, and you know, he's really, I mean, he'll caress her in a comforting way, and he'll tell her, he's 2 years old, and he'll tell her, it's okay, mom, it's okay, it's okay. He really talked to her, you know, trying to comfort her. Now, and he does that again. Nobody else is here. It's just him and his mom, you see. But imagine if I wasn't in the picture at all. There was no man in the picture. He has this sensitivity that must be guided, you see. But imagine if there is no one there to balance that. Imagine if there is no man there to balance that, and it's just his mom. You know what's going to turn in, what that sensitivity is going to turn into? It's going to turn into feminism. I don't say that to be negative towards women, you see, but there won't be a balance, you see. And so now you see these boys. I don't know how many of you have seen some of these videos, whether it be on Facebook or other places. You have boys, they're as muscular as King Kong, you see. They're playing football on these other sports, but then you see videos of them and they're talking about other men, other boys, you know, their attraction to other boys. They're raised by only their mothers. There are no men around. And so they're raised by only their mother. And the mother is telling them, you got to be tough. But at the same time, there is no balance. So physically, the mother is telling them, you know, encouraging them to be muscular, to have that appearance in some cases. But emotionally, there is no balance. And so what you end up with a society of, and it's growing astronomically. Pretty soon, this place is going to be like Sodom and Gomorrah, and the politicians and the powers that be, they're certainly promoting it, the agenda. It's the reason why it's called an agenda, because it does have an agenda. You see. Yes, yes indeed, Akut. Yes indeed. I see on television they're showing men in Orlando after the shooting. You have one picture they keep putting on the TV, one video they keep putting on the TV. You have a man standing there in some tight white jeans looking like a woman. You see. So, to usurp authority. Now, these women in some of these single houses, yeah, these skinny jeans. These women in some of these single houses, some of these women, we live in a society where you have women who don't, because the way society has become, and it's not, when I say society has become, I'm not talking in regards even concerning our people. The work that has been done on our people to emasculate the man and to give the woman a false sense of dependence, because that's what was done willfully. Give the woman a false sense of independence and emasculate the male. That's what was done. And because that work was done, you even have women today. You have young women, young mothers, young parents who their idea of having a man is to have him on their terms when they want him around, and then, you know, when they get ready, telling me, okay, it's time to scoot. And so they might have children, but they want to be the rulers of their house, rulers of their houses. And so they are trying to be the man, you know, the feminist movement. I am woman, hear me roar. I can do all that a man can do and do it better. And all this other stuff. You know, and so you have women in general, in many cases in society today, you have a whole lot of women who they're just living that lifestyle of continuously usurping authority over the man. It is the norm today, absolutely. Yes, yes, absolutely. Some don't want a man to say anything to their sons, absolutely. That's the dysfunction that we're living. That's what Akia man, you can find that among all these young women today. If they have children, even if another man come in the picture, they'll tell him, that's not your father. Don't say anything to my son. So who's going to guide him? Can a woman truly teach a boy to be a man? Yahuah, that's not Yahuah's intent. It was never Yahuah's intent for the household to be without the father, or even for the household to be a one-parent household. You see? Yes, indeed. Absolutely, Akeem Franklin. Akeem Franklin says the child support system makes it easier for women to control men. The whole system is the whole welfare system was designed with that intent. You see? Absolutely, Akut Gina. No, a woman can't teach a boy to be a man, even though you have many women who think they can. It was never Yahuah's intent for a woman to teach a boy to be a man. But you have many women who think they can. And so what you have today, what you're seeing is the fruit of that. Women who think they can teach a boy to be a man. And what you end up with is Suzanne. You see. Now, so what is it to usurp authority? I need to get rid of this. How do I do that? Okay, what is it to usurp authority? To seize and hold a position, office, or power by force or without legal right, or without legal right, or without legal right. So if a woman is in a place of authority when she was not legally put there, Torah didn't put her there, Yahuah didn't put her there, but she's in this position of authority, she has usurped authority. Daburah was put in a place of authority, so she did not usurp authority. There's something else that we should note about Daburah too. While Daburah was a prophetess, she was not a priest. She was a prophetess. She was never a priest. And we must understand the difference between prophet and priest. You see, a prophet, the prophet's job is to bring the word to the people. The priest's job is to nurture the people, is to shepherd the people. The prophet does not shepherd, does not nurture. The prophet just delivers the message. The priest nurtures. So again, just like it is in the natural way, if a woman, imagine in a household having a woman trying to nurture a boy into being a man. In the natural family, you end up with undesirable consequences. In the same way, spiritually, if you have women being priestesses nurturing men, you're going to end up with spiritually undesirable consequences. So you never see a woman in the role of a priest in the scriptures, but you see women in the role of prophets, prophetesses. You see women in the role of teachers. Can a woman teach a man? Yes, a woman can teach a man. Women have been teaching men ever since the beginning of time. For a child, the mother is his first teacher. The father is there to bring balance to the teaching. So, to usurp authority is to take a position by force. A position not granted to you, to take it by force. And that's what it means to usurp authority. To use without authority or right. That's the next definition. To use without authority or right. To employ wrongfully. To commit forcible or illegal seizure of an office. Illegal seizure of an office or power, etc. To encroach. You see. So that's what it means to usurp. So did Deborah usurp authority? No. But there is a woman, and there's been more than one woman in Yasharal who has usurped authority, but there is one in particular that we can look at who usurped authority. And so let's look at her for a second as we draw a contrast. Let's go to, if I remember right, 2 Kings, 2 Malachim, chapter 16. 2 Kings or 2 Malachim, chapter 16. It reads, in the 17th year of Pekah, son of Ramalyahu, Ahaz, son of Utham, king of Yehudah, began to reign. Ahaz was 20 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 16 years in Jerusalem. And he did not do what was right in the eyes of Yahuah his Elohim, as his father Dahoud had done. But he walked in the way of the kings of Yasharal, and he also made his son pass through the fire, according to the abominations of the heathen, whom Yahuah had dispossessed from before the children of Yasharal. And he slaughtered and burned incense on the high places and the hills, and under every green tree. Then Radson, king of Aram, and Pekah, son of Ramalyahu, king of Yasharal, came up to Jerusalem to battle. And they besieged Ahaz, but were unable to overcome him. Wait, let me make sure I started in the right place. If let me see. I don't think I'm reading the right chapter. 16, chapter 16. I'm looking for Athalia. I don't think I started in the right place. Might be chapter, let me check chapter 17. Me just a second. I think I started either too early or I'm in the wrong book. Let me just check real quick, family. I think I'm in the wrong place. Give me just a second. Let me go to First Kings. I might have chosen the wrong one. Let me just make sure. Oh, what is it? How can I forget the text? Give me just a second. Maybe I'm thinking about it too hard here. Athalia. How can I mistake the text? Let me, family, if anyone recall where I can find Athalia, just remind me here, because I thought I remembered it, but obviously I must not have. Let me just see. Just bear with me just for a second. I thought I had it, but it don't seem like from what I was reading that I was in the right place, unless I jumped out of it too soon. So just bear with me here. I thought I remembered, so I never bothered to double check. Now, this is another woman, Mahakah, who was also one who usurped authority. Granddaughter of Abishalom. Okay, let's see. Wow. Okay, let me back up a little bit more. Amazing. How could I? I was just reading just this morning also. Okay, I'm gonna have to look this up. Can't recall where it's at. Okay, is it in 11? Yeah, it's in 11. Tudaki, why am I thinking 16? Yeah, that's exactly right. It's chapter 11. Yeah, well, I don't know why I'm thinking 16. Okay. Yeah, it's in chapter 11. That's exactly right. So this is a woman who had usurped authority. 2nd Malachim, 2nd Kings, chapter 11. Okay. Tada, Key Franklin. And I don't know why I was stuck on 16. So it says, and Athalia was the mother of Hakaziahu. And when she saw that her son was dead, she arose and destroyed all the offspring of the reign. Okay. Now, to get a fuller picture of this, we could back up a little bit to chapter 10. Okay. And because this gives you the idea of the ruthlessness of this woman. Okay. So this is a woman who usurped authority in Yasharal. All right. Now this is how she went about doing so. So here it is in chapter 10. And Ahab had 70 sons in Shamarun, and Yahuah wrote letters and sent to Shamarun, to the rulers of Yatzraal, to the elders, and to the guardians of Ahab, saying, and now when this letter comes to you, since your master's son are with you, and you have chariots and horses, and a walled city and weapons, choose the best and most upright of your master's sons, and set him on his father's throne, and fight for your master's house. Okay? And they were greatly afraid and said, look, 2 kings have not stood before him. How do we stand? We. And he who was over the house, and he who was over the city, the elders also, and the guardians, sent to Yahuah, saying, we are your servants, and all that you say to us we do. We do not set up anyone to reign. Do what is good in your eyes. And he wrote a second letter to them, saying, if you are for me, and if you obey my voice, take the heads of the men, your master's sons, and come to me at Yatzraal by this time tomorrow. Now the king's sons, 70 beings, were with the great men of the city, who brought them up. And it came to be, when the letter came to them, that they took the king's sons and slaughtered them, 70 men, and put their heads in baskets, and sent them to him at Yatzraal. Then a messenger came and informed him, saying, they have brought the heads of the king's sons. And he said, make them 2 heaps at the entrance of the gate until morning. And it came to be in the morning that he went out and stood, and said to all the people, you are righteous. Look, you are set apart. Look, I conspired against my master and slew him. But who smote all these? Know now that not one word of Yahuah, which Yahuah spoke concerning the house of Ahab, does fall to the ground. For Yahuah has done what he spoke by his servant Yahuah. And Yahuah smote all those left of the house of Ahab in Yatzraal, and all his great men and his friends and his priests, until he left him without a survivor. Oh, chapter 8?
I don't know, that's what he said.
Oh, wait. Let me see. Oh, you mean going back to back to chapter 8? Okay. You want me to back up to chapter 8, Aki? It might be more beneficial. Where Yeah, it does start in chapter 8. I was trying not to cover too much, but maybe I should back up. Okay.
I didn't want to interrupt, but I just felt
Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm glad you you called my attention to it. For the sake of everyone in the room who, it might have been a while since you have read this. It's been a while since I've read the entire thing, or it may be that you're not familiar with the entire thing. It might be good to just go back and cover it. Okay, so we're drawing a contrast between a woman that was put in authority and one who usurped authority, right? So backing up to chapter 8, and Ayash spoke to the woman whose son he had restored to life, saying, rise up. Now this is dealing with the Shunammite woman right here as we begin to read. The Shunammite woman is the woman who her son had died, and she sent for the prophet, and her son was brought back to life. And Ayash spoke to the woman whose son he had restored to life, saying, rise up and go, you and your household, and sojourn wherever you do sojourn, for Yahuwah has called for a scarcity of food, and also it is coming upon the land for 7 years. Wait. Let me put this. No, chapter 4 is dealing with the Shunammite of First Kings. This is dealing with the woman who I believe had the last, basically the last bit left in the barrel. Maybe I'm confusing the two. I forget now. They run together for me. And the woman rose up and did according to the word of the man of Alakim, and she went with her household and sojourned in the land of the Philistines 7 years. And it came to be at the end of 7 years that the woman returned from the land of the Philistines, and she went to cry out to the king for her house and for her land. And the king was speaking to Gehazi, the servant of the man of Alakim, saying, please relate to me all the great matters Ayash has done. It came to be, as he was relating to the king, how he had restored the dead to life, that see, the woman whose son he had restored to life was crying out to the king for her house and for her land. And Gehazi said, my master, O king, this is the woman, and this is her son, whom Ayash restored to life. So the king asked the woman, and she related to him. And the king appointed a certain eunuch for her, saying, return all that was hers, and all the increase of the field from the day that she left the land until now. And Ayash came to Damashak, and Banadad, king of Aram, was sick. And Banadad, king of Aram, was sick, and it was reported to him, saying, the man of Alahim has come here. And the king said to Azaal, take a present in your hand and go to meet the man of Alakim and inquire of Yahuah by him, saying, do I recover from this sickness? And Azaal went to meet him and took a present with him of all the good wares of Damashak, 40 camel loads. And he came and stood before him and said, your son, Ben-Hadad, king of Aram, has sent me to you, saying, do I recover from the sickness? And Ayash said to him, go say to him, you shall certainly recover, but Yahuwah has shown me that he shall certainly die. And he looked at him steadily until he was ashamed. Then the man of Alakim wept. And Azaal said, why is my master weeping? And he answered, because I know the evil that you are going to do to the children of Yasharal, setting their strongholds on fire and slaying their young men with the sword and dashing their children and ripping open their women with child. And Kazaal said, but what is your servant, a dog, that he should perform this great matter? And Ayash answered, Yahuwah has shown that you are to be king over Aram. And he left Ayash and came to his master, who said to him, what did Ayash say to you? And he answered, he said to me that you shall certainly recover. And on the next day, it came to be that he took a thick cloth and dipped it in water and spread it over his face so that he died. And Kazaal reigned in his place. And in the 5th year of Yahuram, son of Ahab, king of Yasharal, Yahushaphat was king of Yehuda. Yahuram, son of Yahushaphat, began to reign as king of Yehuda. He was 32 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 8 years in Jerusalem. And he walked in the way of the kings of Yasharal, as the house of Ahab had done, for the daughter of Ahab was his wife. And he did evil in the eyes of Yahuwah. However, Yahuwah would not destroy Yehuda for the sake of Dawood his servant, as he promised him to give a lamp to him and his sons forever. And in his days, Adum revolted from under the hand of Yehuda and made a king over themselves. And Uram passed over to Zaar and all his chariots with him. And he rose by night and smote Adum, who had surrounded him, and the commanders of the chariots, but his people fled to their tents. Yet Adum had been in revolt from under the hand of Yehudah to this day. Then Libnah revolted at the same time, and the rest of the acts of Uram and all that he did, are they not written in the book of the annals of the kings of Yehudah? So Uram slept with his fathers and was buried with his fathers in the city of Dahood, and Hachazyahu his son reigned in his place. In the 12th year of Uram, son of Ahab, king of Yasharal, Hachazyahu, son of Uram, king of Yehudah, began to reign. Hachazyahu was 22 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 1 year in Jerusalem, and the name of his mother was Athalia, the granddaughter of Amri, king of Yasharal, or Amri. And he walked in the way of the house of Ahab, and did evil in the eyes of Yahuah, as the house of Ahab had done, for he was the son-in-law of the house of Ahab. And he went with Uram, son of Ahab, to battle against Khazahal, king of Aram, at Ramoth Gilead, and Aram smote Uram. And King Uram went back to Yatzra'al to recover from the wounds with which Aram had smitten him at Ramah, when he fought against Khaza'al, king of Aram. Then Hachazyahu, son of Yahuram, the king of Yehudah, went down to see Uram, son of Ahab, in Yatzra'al, for he was sick. Okay, so this is the connection now between Athalia. And Ayash the prophet called one of the sons of the prophets and said to him, gird your loins and take this flask of oil in your hand and go to Ramoth Gilead. Where did I go? Oh, sorry, skipped ahead a bit there. And Ayash the prophet called one of the sons of the prophets and said to him, gird your loins and take this flask of oil in your hand and go to Ramoth Gilead. And you shall go there and look there for Yahu, son of Yahushaphat, son of Nimshai, and go in and make him rise up from among his brothers, and take him to an inner room. And take the flask of oil and pour it on his head, and say, thus said Yahuah, I have anointed you king over Yasharal. Then you shall open the door and flee, and do not wait. So the young man, the prophet, went to Ramoth Gilead, and came in and saw the commanders of the army sitting. And he said, I have a message for you, O commander. And Yahu said, for which one of us? And he said, for you, commander. And he rose up and went into the house, and he poured the oil on his head, and said to him, thus said Yahuah, Elohim of Yasharal, I have anointed you king over the people of Yahuah, over Yasharal. And you shall smite the house of Ahab, your master, and I shall avenge the blood of my servants, the prophets, and the blood of all the servants of Yahuah at the hand of Atzabal. And all the house of Ahab shall perish, and I shall cut off Ahab, all the males in Yasharal, both those shut up and those left at large. And I shall give up the house of Ahab like the house of Yeroboam, son of Nabat, and like the house of Bahashah, son of Ahiah. And the dogs are going to eat at Sabal in the portion of Yatzra'al, with none to bury her. Then he opened the door and fled. And Yahu came out to the servants of his master, and one said to him, is there shalom? Is there peace? Why did this madman come to you? And he said to him, you know the man and his talk. And they said, a lie. Reveal it to us now. So he said, thus and thus he spoke to me, saying, thus said Yahuah, I have anointed you king over Yasharal. And they hurried, and each one took his garment and put it under him on the top of the steps. And they blew a ram's horn, saying, Yahu reigns. Thus Yahu, son of Yahushaphat, son of Nimshai, conspired against Uram. Now Uram had been guarding Ramoth Gilead, and he and all Yasharal against Kazaal, king of Aram. But King Yahuram, had returned to Yasrael to recover from the wounds with which Aram had smitten him when he fought with Kazaal, king of Aram. Yahu now said, if this is your desire, let no one leave or escape from the city to go and make it known in Yasrael. And Yahu rode in a chariot and went to Yasrael, for Uram was laid up there. And Ahazyahu, king of Yehuda, had come down to see Uram. And the watchman stood on the tower in Yasrael, and he saw the company of Yahu as he came, and said, I see a company of men. And Uram said, get a horseman and send him to meet them, and let him say, is there peace? And the horseman went to meet him and said, thus said the king, is there peace? And Yahu said, what have you to do with peace? Turn around and follow me. And the watchman spoke, saying, the messenger went to them, but is not coming back. Then he sent out a second horseman who came to them and said, thus said the king, is there peace? And Yahu answered, what have you to do with peace? Turn around and follow me. And the watchman spoke, saying, he went up to them and is not coming back. And the driving is like the driving of Yahu, son of Nimshai, for he drives madly. This is a man known by his driving. Then Uram said, hitch up. And his chariots was hitched up. And Yahuram, king of Yasharal, and Ahazyahu, king of Yehuda, went out, each in his chariot, and they went out to meet Yahu, and met him on the portion of Naboth of Yasrael. And it came to be, when Yahuram saw Yahu, that he said, is there peace, Yahu? But he answered, what peace? As long as the whorings of your mother Atsabal and her witchcraft are so many. Thereupon Yahuram turned his hand around and fled, and said to Ahazyahu, treachery, O Ahazyah. And Yahu drew his bow and shot Yahuram between his arms, and the arrow came out at his heart, and he sank down in his chariot. And Yahu said to Bidkar, his officer, take him up and throw him into the portion of the field of Naboth of Yasrael. Remember how you and I were riding together behind Ahab his father, and Yahuah lifted up this pronouncement against him? Have I not seen the blood of Naboth and the blood of his sons last night, declares Yahuah? And I shall repay you in this portion, declares Yahuah. And now take up, throw him on the portion according to the word of Yahuah. And Ahazyahu, or Ahazyah, king of Yehuda, saw this and fled up the way to Beath Agan. And Yahu pursued him and said, smite him too in the chariot, at the ascent of Gur, which is by Yiblaham. And he fled to Megiddo and died there. Then his servants conveyed him in the chariot to Jerusalem and buried him in his tomb with the fathers in the city of Dahoud. And in the 11th year of Uram, or Yahuram, son of Ahab, Ahazyahu began to reign over Yehuda. And Yahu came to Yasrael, and Atsabal heard of it. And she put paint on her face, on her eyes, and adorned her head and looked through a window. And as Yahu came to the gate, she said, is it peace, Zimri, slayer of your master? And he lifted up his face to the window and said, who is with me? Who? And 2-3 eunuchs looked down to him. And he said, throw her down. And they threw her down, and some of her blood splattered on the wall and on the horses, and he trampled her underfoot. And he went in, and he ate and drank, and said, go now, see to this cursed one, and bury her, for she was a king's daughter. Now remember, Yahuah said that she would not be buried, but dogs would eat her. would eat her. But he was going to bury her anyway because she was a king's daughter. At least give her that honor, right? So they went to bury her, but all they found of her was the skull and the feet and the palms of the hands. And they came back and informed him. And he said, "This is the word of Yahuah, which he spoke by his servant Yahuah of Tishbe, saying, in the portion of Yatzra'al, dogs are going to eat the flesh of Atzabal. And the corpse of Atzabal shall be as dung on the surface of the field in the portion of Yatzra'al, so that they do not say, this is Atzabal." Now, Atzabal was a woman, again, a woman, one of the women of Yasharal, who usurped authority. As a matter of fact, she was the wife of Ahab, the king, but she certainly usurped authority. She was more so like the king instead of him.
I missed the part where she actually took
Well, she really, what she did was, that came earlier. So, for example, when the word of Yahuah came through the prophet Yahu, she waged war against Yahu. She said that she put out a warrant for his life, and so that's where he ran and he hid in the cave, from her, and her husband, instead of standing up, he just went along with whatever she said. So she basically was calling the shots, and he just basically went along with it. And that's why Yahuah said that the kind of end that came to her would come to her, because she pursued the prophets of Yahuah to slaughter them. And she would actually gather them, the prophets, to her table. Those who would turn away from the word of Yahuah and turn to her, she would gather them for meals at her table, and she would have feast onto Asherah. You see, yeah.
It wasn't a situation where she just manipulated her husband and did what she wanted. She actually.
Yes. Now, and Ahab had 70 sons in Shamarun, and Yahu wrote letters and sent to Shamarun, to the rulers of Yatzra'al, to the elders, and to the guardians of Ahab, saying, and now when this letter comes to you, since your master's sons are with you, and you have chariots and horses, and a walled city and weapons, choose the best and most upright of your master's sons, and set him on his father's throne, and fight for your master's house. Now, family, Yahu, let me just stop here for a second and say a few things about Yahu. Yahu was a man who desired to please Yahuah, but he was young. He was developing. He desired to please Yahuah, and in desiring to please Yahuah, he was trying to do what he thought was right, even though he didn't know what Yahuah's word said concerning Ahab and Atzabal, who they called Jezebel. Even though he knew what Yahuah's word said concerning them because of their wickedness, he was still trying to do what was right. And so, for example, he tried to bury her, even though the word of Yahuah had came through the prophet that she was not going to be buried, but that dogs was going to eat her. Yet he said, she was the daughter of a king, so therefore she should be buried. She should be given, a decent burial. And so he tried to do that. But when they went to bury her, she was already consumed. Now, here you have Achaz, and he has 70 sons. And so Yahu said, go ahead and find the most upright of his sons and make him king, you see. But because of the transgressions of the fathers, the mother and the father, then these sons were going to meet an end by someone that is probably just as treacherous as their parents were. Okay, but Yahu is trying to, he thought he was trying to do what was right, but the word of Yahuah had already been decreed, you see. So he said in verse 3 now of chapter 10, choose the best and most upright of your master's sons, and set him on his father's throne, and fight for your master's house. And they were greatly afraid and said, look, 2 kings have not stood before him. How do we stand? We. Okay. And he who was over the house, and he who was over the city, the elders also and the guardians, sent to Yahuah, saying, we are your servants, and all that you say to us we do. We do not set up anyone to reign. Do what is good in your eyes. Now, this is an attempt for the 10 tribes to kind of realign themselves with the house of the 2 houses coming back together. This was an attempt at that. And he wrote a second letter to them saying, if you are for me and if you obey my voice, take the heads of the men, your master's sons, and come to me at Yatsra'al by this time tomorrow. Now the king's sons, 70 beings, were with the great men of the city who brought them up. And it came to be, when the letter came to them, that they took the king's sons and slaughtered them, 70 men, and put their heads in baskets and sent them to him at Yatsra'al. Then a messenger came and informed him, saying, they have brought the heads of the king's sons. And he said, make them 2 heaps at the entrance of the gate until morning. And it came to be in the mornings that he went out and stood and said to all the people, you are set apart. Look, I conspired against my master and slew him. But who smote all these? Know now that not one word of Yahuah, which Yahuah spoke concerning the house of Ahab, does fall to the ground, for Yahuah has done what he spoke by his servant Al-Yahu. And Yahuah smote all those left of the house of Ahab in Yatsra'al. So you see a couple things happening with Yahuah. It seemed as if, because initially at first he seemed to be trying to help, or he had some kind of affection, but I guess at some point Yahuah's words sunk in and he began to do what was supposed to be done. And so he had the 70 sons of Ahab killed, destroyed, and so he puts down the remnant of that wicked leadership. So he says, know now that not one word of Yahuah, which Yahuah spoke concerning the house of Ahab, does fall to the ground, for Yahuah has done what he spoke by his servant Al-Yahu. And Yahuah smote all those left of the house of Ahab in Yatsra'al, and all his great men, and his friends, and his priests, until he left him without a survivor. And he rose up to go and went to Shamarun. On the way, at Be'at Akkad of the shepherds, Yahuah met the brothers of Achazyahu, king of Yehuda, and said, who are you? And they answered, we are the brothers of Achazyahu, and we may have come down to greet the sons of the king and the sons of the king's the king's mother-in-law. And he said, take them alive. So they took them alive and slew them at the well of Be'at Akkad, 42 men, and he left none of them. And he left there and met Yahukanadab, son of Rakab, coming to meet him, and Baruch him, and said to him, is your heart right, as my heart is toward your heart? And Yahukanadab answered, is it? Yahuah said, if it is, give me your hand. And he gave him his hand, and he took him up to him into the chariot. And he said, come with me and see my ardor for Yahuah. And they made him ride in his chariot. And he came to Shamarun and smote all those left of Ahab in Shamarun till he had destroyed them, according to the word of Yahuah, which he spoke to Yahu. And Yahu gathered all the people and said to them, Ahab served Baal a little. Yahu serves him much. And now call to me all the prophets of Baal, all his servants, and all his priests. Let no one be missing, or I have a great slaughtering to make to Baal. Anyone who is lacking shall not live. But Yahu did this deceptively, in order to destroy the servants of Baal. And Yahu said, set apart an assembly for Baal. So they proclaimed it. Yahu sent throughout all Yasharal, and all the servants of Baal came, so that there was not a man left who did not come. And they came into the house of Baal, and the house of Baal was filled from end to end. And he said to him, who was over the wardrobe, bring out garments for all the servants of Baal. And he brought out garments for them. And Yahu and Yahukandab, son of Rakab, went into the house of Baal and said to the servants of Baal, search and see that no servants of Yahuah are here with you, but only the servants of Baal. So they went in to make offerings and burnt offerings. Now Yahu had appointed for himself 80 men on the outside, and he had said, the man who lets escape any of the men whom I have brought into your hands, his life for his life. And it came to be, when he had finished making the burnt offering, Yahu said to the guard and to the officers, go in, smite them, let no one come out. And they smote them with the edge of the sword. And the guards and the officers drew them out and went into the inner room of the house of Baal, and brought out the pillars of the house of Baal and burned them, and brought down the statue of Baal, and broke down the house of Baal, and made it a latrine to this day. Thus Yahu destroyed Baal out of Yasharal. However, Yahu did not turn away from the transgressions of Yerubaham, son of Nabat, who had made Yasharal transgress from the golden calves that were at Beat-al and Dan. And Yahuah said to Yahu, because you have done well by doing what is right in my eyes, and have done to the house of Ahab all that was in my heart, your sons are going to sit on the throne of Yasharal to the 4th generation. But Yahu did not guard to walk in the Torah of Yahuah Elohim of Yasharal with all his heart, for he did not turn away from the transgression of Yeroboam, who had made Yasharal transgress. In those days Yahuah began to cut off some in Yasharal, and Kaza'al smote them throughout all the border of Yasharal, from the Yarden to the sun rising, all the land of Gilead, and of Gad, and of Reuben, and of Manasseh, from Aroer, which is by the Wadi Arnon, including Gilead and Bashan. And the rest of the acts of Yahu and all that he did, and all his might, are they not written in the book of the annals of the kings of Yasharal? So Yahu slept with his fathers, and they buried him in Shamarun. And Yahuahaz, his son, reigned in his place. And the days that Yahu reigned over Yasharal in Shamarun were 28 years. Now, chapter 11. And Athalia was the mother of Achazyahu. And when she saw that her son was dead, she arose and destroyed. Hit the wrong button. When she saw that her son was dead, where was I at? Okay, let me start again. And Athalia was the mother of Achazyahu. And when she saw that her son was dead, she arose and destroyed all the offspring of the reign. Talking about a woman usurping authority. Okay, so her son, who was Achaziahu, he is in power, and so he died. And when she saw that he was dead, she now what she did was she cut off the offspring. Okay, she killed her own grandchildren. Talking about what usurping authority is, to take it by force, right? So she arose and destroyed all the offspring of the reign. But Yahushua, the daughter of King Uram, sister of Achaziahu, took Yahush, son of Achaziah, and stole him away from among the sons of the king's sons, who were put to death. So they hid him and his nurse in the bedroom from Athalia, from his grandmother, and he was not put to death. And he remained with her in hiding in the house of Yahuah for 6 years, while Athalia or Athaliahu was reigning over the land. And in the 7th year, Yahuah sent and brought the commanders, and that means Yahuah be praised. Yahuah sent and brought the commanders of hundreds with the Karite and the runners, and brought them into the house of Yahuah to him. And he made a contract with them and took an oath from them in the house of Yahuah, and showed them the son of the king. And he commanded them, saying, this is what you are to do. 1/3 of you who come in on the Shabbat to be on guard in the king's house is to be on guard in the king's house. And 1/3 at the gate of Shur, and 1/3 at the gate behind the runners. And you shall be on guard in the house, lest it be broken down. And the 2 detachments of you who are going out on Shabbat shall be on guard in the house of Yahuah for the king. Now, I want to stop here for a second and point something out. Because even concerning the Shabbat, among the people of Yasharal today, and has always been, there is some misunderstanding, right? When you read in the book of so you have people today who tells you, number one, we have to understand, and I don't know where everybody is who is currently in this fellowship today when it comes to Shabbat. But let me just say this, and I don't want to say to offend anybody. I don't want to say to turn anybody off or turn anybody away. If you're in disagreement, then what I would suggest is that you continue to dig. And if you disagree, if you want to ask me more about why I say what I say, then by all means, feel free to do so. But when it comes to Shabbat, there is great misunderstanding. When it comes to the feast of Yahuah, there is great misunderstanding. Shabbat is one of the feasts of Yahuah. Contrary to what we were taught in yes, Todah, it mean yes, that's one of the definitions, and it also means praise. Yahuah be praised, if I recall correctly. Todah key for posting that. I believe it's also connected to Yahuah be praised, if I recall correctly. So where was I at there again? Yes. So Shabbat is one of the feast, of Yahuah, is one of the feast of Yahuah. And contrary to what religion has taught us, saying that there are 7 feasts, according to scripture, there are 4 feasts. And I like to emphasize that okay. Maybe I'm mixing it up with something else. Maybe I'm mixing up with something else than Mashpaka. Could be. Maybe I misspoke on that. Look into it again. I think even though, if I recall correctly, while it speaks of knowing, it also speaks of praise. But I'll have to look into that some more. I'll look into that. But to the for posting that information. Yes, that's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is. It's when it's spelled with the hey. It speaks of praise. That's right. Yes, that's what it is. Okay, to the Aki Franklin, to the for your diligence Aki. So yes, so when it's Yada, Yada, is to know, and Yada, Yadah, is to cast a shout, as in a praise, to lift your voice in praise. So yes, so where was I at there again? So because the term Yahuah is also found in the writings, as in Yahu, Yadah, and you have Yahuah, Yada. Okay. Now, so yeah, so contrary to what H3034, okay, got you to the Aki. So contrary to what religion has taught us, and to that for the correction there, Mashpaka, to that. So contrary to what religion has taught us, where they say there are 7 feasts, there are 4 feasts. But the problem is that many confuse appointed times with feast, or muadim with feast. But it is important to understand that not every muadim is a feast. Every muadim is an appointed time, but not every muad is a feast. You see, not every appointed time is a feast. You see. Did I hear someone? I think there's a microphone open, family. Yeah, so every mu'ad is an appointed time, but not every appointed time is a feast. So there are really only 4 feasts. Now, so when it comes to the feast, the scriptures inextricably ties them to the land, right? But even while we were in the land as a people, there was disagreement while we were in the land among the people of Yasharal at different times. There would be disagreements concerning Shabbat. So, for example, when you read in the book of Maccabees, there you will find that there were people who believed that on Shabbat, that you do absolutely nothing, no matter what. You do absolutely nothing, no matter what. If the enemy comes against you, then what you're supposed to do, they would teach, is that you must just lay down and let them kill you, but you do nothing. On the other hand, there were people of Yasharal who believed that even if it's on Shabbat, if the enemy comes, then we must rise up and we must defend ourselves, and Yahuah will give us the power to overcome. And so we see that played out in what you call in the book of Maccabees, where when the Romans came against Yasharal, Maccabees, Maccabees and his sons and the brothers, they rose up on Shabbat and they fought against the Romans, and they defeated the Romans. Yahuah gave them victory. But then you had other people of Yasharal who, when the Romans came after them on the Shabbat, and they did this on Shabbat because they calculated that Yasharal would not fight on Shabbat. And so they destroyed, in the book of Maccabees, it said that they killed over 1,000 men, women, and children in one particular area. Now here in the book of Malachim, what we're seeing is we have a situation in Yasharal, and this is Yasharal really fighting against Yasharal. This is the 2 houses striving with one another. And so what King Yahuah told the people who were seeking to honor Yahuah was that during this tense period, when you assemble on Shabbat, I want you to have the army ready. I want you to have the army of Yasharal ready. I want you to set up guards, you see. Um, uh, and so I want you to implement this. And when, if the enemy should come, you need to be ready to defend yourself. Now, Yahusha, when he teach concerning Shabbat, even in the land, because he was speaking to people in the land at the time, he lets them know, because of this misunderstanding and this contradiction among Yasharah, he let them know that there is no Torah against doing what is necessary on Shabbat. There is no Torah against doing what is necessary on Shabbat. So defending the assembly, even defending the assembly and the family was a necessity. And so here Yahuah instruct them to set up watchmen, the army, to stand guard on the Shabbat. It's interesting that even though all these things are in the scriptures, you still have people today, and even while we are a people living in captivity, and the people who, based on the scriptures, we are unable to keep Shabbat. We're in assembly today, family. We assemble, we mark these times, but coming together, assembling, is the same thing that our ancestors did when they were in assembly. But it's not to be confused with literally actually keeping Shabbat, because there is more when it comes to Torah instruction concerning the keeping of Shabbat. There is far more to it than just us coming assembling, you see. The keeping of Shabbat is absolutely linked to the land, the priesthood, the hekal, you see, the sacrifices, and everything that Yahuah, the instructions instituted by Yahuah. As a people, we're a people in captivity, and so from some of our people today, and as much even as they would like to assemble, some of our people are unable to assemble. And so it's not for us to go around to condemn them. And so I want to point this out, because again, you have people out there doing this, condemning our people over things in many cases that they have no what's the name, no control over. You know, I've had somebody tell me, well, I'd rather starve than go to work on Shabbat and have my family fast than for me to go to work, or starve than go to work on Shabbat. If I don't, then Yahuah will make a way. But that's not what Yahuah's word says. You see, in the book of Maccabeus, there were a set of people who believe the same thing. They say, well, we're not going to fight. Yahuah is able to deliver us. What happened? They were killed. Now, I believe that Yahuah did honor their, even though it was somewhat out of ignorance, I do believe that Yahuah honored their commitment, to him, even though it was out of misunderstanding. But I believe that he honored that, because ultimately what they were seeking to do was to really honor and please Yahuah. So if based upon their conviction they did that, that's fine. Now, if they're going to take that and turn it into condemning somebody for doing something that Yahuah gave them the freedom to do and the right to do, then that turns it into something else. Could kind of say it turns it into Phariseeism or even self-righteousness, so to speak. And so we have people operating in that today. But take note here of what's happening. This is Shabbat. And what he said, what Yahuah said to them is this. And so I'm picking up now in verse 7. And two of the detachments of you who are gathering out on Shabbat shall be on guard in the house of Yahuah for the king. And you shall surround the king on all sides, every man with his weapons in his hand. This is on Shabbat. And whoever comes within the ranks, let him be put to death. This is on Shabbat. And be with the king as he goes out and as he comes in. So the commanders of the hundreds did according to all that Yahuah, the priest, commanded. This is the command of the priest. And each of them took his men who were going in on the Shabbat with those who were going out on the Shabbat, and came to Yahuah the priest. And the priest gave the commandments of hundreds and the spears and shields which had belonged to King Dahoud, that were in the house of Yahuah. And the runners stood, every man with his weapons in his hand, all around the king, from the right side of the house to the left side of the house, by the altar and the house. And he brought out the son of the king, and put on him the diadem and the crown and the witness. It's actually yeah, what do you call the what's another word I could use? Basically his headband, his headdress, his covering, and witness. And they set him up to reign and anointed him, and they clapped their hands and said, let the king live. And Athalia heard the noise of the runners, the people, and she came to the people into the house of Yahuah, and looked and saw the king standing by a column, according to the ruling. And the chiefs and the trumpeters were beside the king, and all the people of the land rejoicing and blowing trumpets, shofar. And Athalia tore her garments and cried out, treason, treason. Now, this is a woman who had usurped authority. She took the authority. She slaughtered her own grandchildren so that they would not have a reign to the throne, those that she could get a hold of. And she took the throne by force. But yet now, when the one is put in place, she cries treason. How can there be treason when you're occupying an office that was never given to you to begin with? You see, so she cries treason. And Yahuah the priest commanded the commanders of the hundreds and the officers of the army, and said to them, take her outside the ranks and slay with the sword whoever follows her. For the priest had said, do not let her be killed in the house of Yahuah. So they took hold of her, and she went by way of the horses' entrance to the king's house, and was put to death there. And Yahuah made a contract between Yahuah and the king and the people, to be the people of Yahuah, also between the king and the people. And all the people of the land went to the house of Baal and broke it down. And they completely broke up its altars and images, and slew Matan, the priest of Baal, before the altars. And the priest appointed inspectors over the house of Yahuah, and took the commanders of hundreds, and the carriage, and the runners, and all the people of the land. And they brought the king down from the house of Yahuah, and went by way of the gate of the runners to the king's house. And he sat on the throne of the kings. And all the people of the land rejoiced, and the city had rest, for they had slain Athalia with the sword in the king's house. Yahuah was 7 years old when he began to reign. And so this is the son whose life had been preserved. And so they crowned him, anointed him king over Yasharal, and killed his grandmother, who had usurped authority several years earlier. Okay, so this is a woman who usurped authority. And you see the difference there between her and Deborah. So to usurp authority, what does it mean to usurp authority? To take it by force, to take a position that you was not appointed to. And so we're told that a woman should not usurp authority over the man, meaning that she should not step into a role that she was not appointed to. You see, Deborah was called to lead the people by Yahuah, and so she did not usurp authority. She was functioning in a role that Yahuah placed her in. All right, so that's the difference between. So it doesn't, to usurp authority does not mean that a woman cannot be in a place of leadership. Uh, um, and of course, in the household, the woman has her place in the house. The man has his place in the family. You see, in from a socio-economic perspective, a woman certainly can be in the place of leadership. In the assembly, a woman can be in the place of leadership, as we see time and time again in the scriptures, but never to be a priest. Okay, all right. So what we're going to move on to next is we're going to move on to the Ashah that pleases Yahuah, delights her, Ayash, or some people say Aish. It's Aleph Yad Shan. So I pronounce it Ayash. And so we're going to move on to that, but we're going to take a break, family. I want to go to a popular text when we come back, and that's Mashali, Proverbs 31. That's where I want to begin as I begin to look at the woman's role in the household. We have been looking at questioning the woman's role in the assembly, the woman's role in Yasharal. But now we want to take it down to family, down to the house level. We want to look at the woman's role in the house. We want to begin. We have many scriptures we can look at. I do want to begin in the book of Mashali, chapter 31. We're also, as time goes on, we'll look at the woman's role in parenting. So we still have a bit to cover yet in this study. We're not going to cover it all today, but we're going to take a break. And when we come back, we're going to look at the woman's role in the household, the woman's role in the marriage, the woman's role in the family, individually. So that's where we're going to go next, family. We're going to come back to the book of Mashali. But for now, we're gonna we'll be taking a break. Okay, I kept you for quite a while before a break here. I want to apologize for that. Time just kind of got away from me, but we're gonna take a break so that you can be refreshed. We'll come back, and I won't hold you for much long after that. We're gonna break for a half an hour. It's 5. It's late for some of us in different places. I want to thank you for hanging in there to this point. But I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna break now. Oh, did you have a question on the board?
I wasn't talking to you. I was talking out loud. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I wrote
okay.
it, but I don't see it on you.
Okay. Let me respond to Aki Franklin to the because I didn't realize there were questions on the board. Can we evaluate the man's role in scripture as well? Yes, indeed, Aki. Yes, indeed. It certainly would make sense to do so, right? Yes, certainly, Aki. His role, whether it be in the assembly or it be in the in the house, yeah, we'll certainly do so, Aki. Yes, indeed. So once we get from here, we'll or as we go through this, before we go any further, maybe we'll jump over to that also. So certainly. All right. Well, family, we're going to take a break. Any other questions based on anything we covered before we go to break? Anything we've covered so far? I want to make sure if there are any questions that we don't in case you have a question that you don't forget it, you see. Oh, yes. Akut Wendy. Yes, Akut Wendy. Akut Wendy, I think you had asked about the Akkad. Yes, the Akkad of Yahuah. I think that's what you had mentioned, right, Akut? I want to send you some information, let you go over that, and then once you go through that, send. I think I have an article on the website, also a study on the website covers some of those scriptures you can look at. So maybe we could start there. Was that the only question, Akut Wendy? Was your only question on how is Yahuah? Oh, I'm sorry, Aki, I'm sorry, Wendell. Why am I saying Wendy? Wendy Yahoo is what it is. I'm so sorry about that. My apologies. Yeah, Wendy Yahoo. I'm sorry, Aki. Yeah, so I wasn't so sorry about that. Overlooked that. Yes, but Aki, what I'll do is I could send you a link with that study, and then after you've gone over that, we can go over some more, some more questions and so on, and will certainly discuss it. I also there are some videos on YouTube, some in more detail than others, and I have recordings that I never posted, and some of it I've lost, but we'll certainly discuss it some more. All right. Okay. Question on the board. Let me find that. Looking here at I'm trying to find that question. Where is it? I don't see can't seem to find that question. Okay, what part of Africa is the set apart place? Well, she just stepped away for a moment, so if I respond, she's not going to hear me. So when we talk about Africa, of course, we know that Africa is a new name given to the land. And there are people today who will say, and they'll say that Yasharal, the land of Yasharal, is not a part of Africa. But Africa, what's today known as Africa, and the division, the way it's been divided up, is not the way the land was known according to true history. It was America and the British that divided up the land and then implement names like the Middle East and so on. So the land of Yasharal, that's called Israel today, is certainly a part of the continent that's called Africa today, right? So Yasharal is a part of the continent that's called Africa today. So to answer that question concerning what part of quote unquote Africa is the set apart land, what's called Yasharal today is a part of that, but that's not the only portion. That's not the only part given to Yasharal. The portion given to Yasharal is quite larger than that little sliver right now that the Israelis are on. The land given to Yasharal stretches all the way to Saudi Arabia and going in the north and south. From there, it stretches beyond those regions. So it's quite a vast portion of land that was given to Yasharal, but Yasharal never possessed it all. Yasharal today still is it would be a part of what they call Africa today. You hear me?
I caught a little bit, but
Okay.
I was feeding the kids. The reason for my question, going back to earlier, not Akut, is because certain people are partaking in certain set apart holidays, or not holidays, I don't want to say holidays, but feast days, put it that way. Now, if we're in the dead season in Africa right now, whether it be north, south, east, or west, then just last month, when they were celebrating certain feasts that was supposed to be in spring and it's not spring.
Well,
that's my reason for asking this question, in case it may seem somewhat simple to others in the room. Because somebody said it was winter in Africa. Well, it is what? Almost July. With last few months ago, what was spring? So what time of the season was it there? I guess maybe that's what I should be asking. I know that Israel is Africa.
Okay. So and to a Keith, what a Keith said, absolutely, they built the Suez Canal to make it seem like Israel or Yasharal was never a part of Africa, and that's absolutely right, to give it that appearance of disconnect, and that's exactly why they built that. That's a part of the formulation of the so-called Middle East, and the formulation of what they called white Africa or North Africa. So what my wife's question have to do with, when we hear about Africa and it being wintertime in certain places in Africa, first we must understand that Africa is huge, right? The continent is huge, and so South Africa is still quite a ways away from the land of Yasharal, you see. And so the seasons and the time zones can be quite different, So the time of the beginning of the spring season in northern Africa correlates with the times here, you see. So the way this world is, the way our earth is, for example, if you see the moon, you're on this side of the earth, right? When you look at the moon, if you see the moon where it's in a certain phase and you see the bigger side of the moon on the right hand side here in America, person in, say, China, because they're on the other side of the earth, they see it on the left hand side. They see the lit side on the left hand side, and that has to do with the shape of the earth that we live on, the size of the earth, and all of that plays into climate conditions, right? Seasons then for different people.
But the time and the seasons of Yahuah is set apart. Feast.
Yes.
Even if it's pitch black nighttime somewhere else, should we be outside like they do when America has their New Year's? It's dark outside. It's 12 o'clock at night. Everybody outside popping their guns, banging on their pots, celebrating New Year's. Right or wrong? Right. So therefore, should we be doing the same thing? Say like right now, somewhere else, in Yasharal, if things were the way it's supposed to be, even though if we're over here and it's Shabbat, it shouldn't matter. Well, it probably shouldn't right now, but let's just say, because it seems like we're all off. It's Shabbat somewhere else. It's Shabbat somewhere else. Would that matter to you?
Yeah, well, it matters because again, instructions are tied to a place, a specific place. Okay.
So going back to that again.
Yes, that's what it goes back to. Shabbat is Shabbat according to the times of Yasharal, the land, not according to the times of America, not according to the times of Australia, not according to the times of South Africa or some other part of the world, but the instructions are tied to a particular place.
We
So,
just do
yeah, so
because we're
yeah,
allowed
yeah, but
this
we
time.
yeah, well, not that we're allowed, we're just doing whatever we want to do wherever we are, but not that we're allowed. Yeah, but not that we're allowed. That's why Yahuah say, when you go to the book of Dabarim chapter 6 and he begin to give them the instructions, he says, when you come into the land, you see, this is what I want you to do, so on, so on. Not just in Dabarim chapter 6, but all throughout his Torah, he continues to say this, when you come into the land. Because the moment you step outside of the land and you find yourself scattered, now everything becomes contradictory. You
That's
see.
heartbreaking. I'm feeling like I'm doing something, and really, wow.
And, well, the heartbreak should be the fact that we are a scattered people, recognizing that we are truly in bondage.
Wow.
And we're not where we should be because of our disobedience. You see. So that's what it comes back to. The scriptures actually tells us that Yahuwah's instructions are given for Jerusalem. You see. Okay, so that's really that's the importance of reckoning that, and that's kind of like what I was referring to a little bit earlier when I began to speak earlier about the way we're scattered. And so for the person in Afghanistan, Shabbat began 12 hours before here or whatever. If you're in the land of Yasharal, 7 hours before. If you're somewhere else, how many hours before or how many hours after, you see? So what is it really? It's according to the land, not according to wherever you're scattered, you see. And that's what it comes down to. So when we see our people all over the place doing whatever, if you should take a step back and look at it, it kind of, you know what it would look like? It would look like, imagine dancing to some kind of music, right?
Like a delay.
Yeah. Imagine it might be, even if it's the same song, but the people dancing to the song start listening to the song at different times. So you put a song on, you say, let's dance. Now you're in this room, somebody else is in another room, but I start playing the song 30 seconds before you. The other person start playing some seconds after me, or before me, or whatever the case might be. We're all dancing to the song. Now imagine pulling back with a camera, being able to see all these people dancing. They're dancing to the same music, but they're not in sync. Why are they not in sync? Because even though they're dancing to the same music, they're not at the same place in the song. You see? They all started at different times. And so are they together? Are they in unity? No, they're not. But if you're in the same place and the music starts at the same time and everybody is dancing at the same pace to the same rhythm, then it looks uniform, you see? And so what we have is we have everybody dancing to their own music, you know? And so that's basically what it comes down to. So, you know, the word observe, that's where it's at. Understanding what observe means, what we mean when we say observe. So today as we assemble here, are we observing Shabbat? Acknowledging Shabbat? Observe in the sense of acknowledging? Yes, we are. Are we keeping? Can we say to Yahuah, I've kept your Shabbat today? No, we can't. Because according to the scriptures, in order to keep Shabbat, you must do it according to what? I'm not going to say it. I need somebody to finish it for me. According to the scriptures, in order to keep Shabbat or any of the appointed times of Yahuah, we must do it according to all that he has instructed. That's what the scripture says, that we must keep it according to all that he has instructed. So we have to ask ourselves, you see, yep, and it must be according to all includes in the land. And so we have to ask ourselves, are we doing it according to all that he has instructed? No, we would fail miserably. if we're honest with ourselves, then we would have to say we would fail miserably. But why did we fail? Why would we fail? We fail because we're a people in bondage. We fail because we're a people given over to captivity. But Yahuah promised that he will regather us and that he will unite us, you see. And so that's what we look forward to. That's what we await. And that's why we grieve. That's why our people in the book of Tahalim 127, when they were taken into captivity in Babylon, in Babel, they say, when it came to the appointed times, they weep and they say, by the rivers of Babylon, by the rivers of Babel, there we sat down and there we wept. They didn't say there we rejoice. They didn't say there we dance. And there we wept when we remember Zion. While the wicked carry us away into captivity, they require of us a song. They say, sing us a song of Zion. But we say, how can we sing Yahuwah's song in a strange land? Lest we forget you, O Jerusalem. Let our tongues cleave to the roof of our mouths. That's the response of a people who recognize what they're missing. You see, that's the response of a people who recognize what they don't have. Lest we forget you, O Jerusalem. Let our tongue cleave. Let me not utter another word. How can we sing Yahuwah's song? How can we party? How can we celebrate? How can we feast in a strange land? How can we feast in a strange land? You hear that question? How can we feast in a strange land? Tahalim 127. How can we feast in a strange land? Okay, what I'm getting at, Aki, is the misunderstanding. So the question is asked, what I'm getting at is that the fact of what Yahuwah says. So I'm just responding to the question of, Yashara, my wife had asked about different people in different places. You have people here, there, and wherever, and they say they're keeping the feast and different things like that, or even Shabbat and stuff like that. What are we really doing when we assemble? And I want to point out the importance of understanding what it is we're doing, because there are people who kind of congratulate themselves, pat themselves on the back, and sing praises of themselves of what a wonderful job they're doing, keeping Torah, keeping Shabbat, and keeping the feast. And while they do so, they're condemning other people who say what the scripture says, that we actually can't. And the whole point of even the point of time zone and restrictions that comes with that make the point, you see. Well, no, I'm not saying we shouldn't observe Shabbat, responding to Aki M. Harris and our recruit. I think it's Aki. But what does it mean to observe is the point, right? To observe, if we come together, assemble to mark Shabbat, saying this is Yahuwah Shabbat, and so we come together. Look, for example, in the book of Acts, when the people were under the Romans, when they were in captivity, still in the land, but they were being occupied. So they weren't free. They weren't free because Yahuwah had allowed the oppressor to come in. And then later the oppressor would bring them into their land. But before they took them into their land, they came in and they occupied the land. So while the Romans were in Yasharal, Yasharal was not free, you see. And so what we find in the book of Acts was that they weren't even allowed to go to the Hekal. They were on the run, right? You read in the book of Acts, what were they doing in the book of Acts? They were on the run, right? In the book of Acts. They were on the run for their lives. Is that right? Tuda Aki. They were running for their lives in the book of Acts. Why? Because they would put them in prison. They would stone them to death. They would hang them, whatever it is. They would lynch them, whatever. They were on the run for their lives in the book of Acts. So what you find is that the people were not, while the Hekal was still standing, while it stood, they wouldn't even bother to go to the Hekal. So what were they doing? On Shabbat, you don't see them doing everything that they would do on Shabbat while they were on the run, because they're captives. So they would assemble. Why do they assemble? They assemble recognizing that this is the set apart day of Yahuah. And they recognize we're not keeping it, because to keep it, we have to do according to all that he commanded. But we still come together to mark, to acknowledge this day, but recognizing that we are a people in captivity. And that's what's so powerful about that song that Akut Yariyah, Yahuah gave to Akut Yariyah. Because, and maybe a lot of people might hear that song, but a lot of people still might not get the message. You got to get the message. Because a lot of people are walking around today. Some people even say they're in captivity, but they say it with their lips, but their heart don't get it.
I just got it today. I was like, wow.
And they don't even get what captivity means, you see.
I was like, we were listening to it this morning. We listened to it Friday.
Mhm.
Thursday. And I'm like, wow.
So you got to hear that song, listen to it, listen to the message, listen to the words, because it's the words of Yahuah. But a lot of our people do not know. They talk about being in exile, they talk about being in captivity, but they don't get it. They don't get what captivity means. You see? Yes, indeed. So yes, we remember Shabbat. No matter where we are, we remember it. You see? But you can remember it on one level. And that's from the perspective of reflecting on Yahuah at that time, reflecting on that time. And then there is the deeper remembrance. That's where you're actually keeping it. But there's only one place for you to keep it. And that's in the appointed place, the place appointed by Yahuah. And that's what the scripture says. So what I want to caution, and I've been doing this for years, and you know what? I've been crying out for years, I mean, people aren't running in droves. They're not accepting that fact in droves. But, you know, little by little, year after year, I see 1 and 2 people here and there who Yahuah is opening their eyes to that. People are seeing it in the word of Yahuah, what his word says about these things. The thing that grieved me probably most is that the teachers, the people teaching our people seem to be the hardest ones to turn away from tradition of men. And that's always been the case. That's always been the case. Read in Matthew chapter 23. Who did Yahuah have the most problems with? Wasn't the regular person. Yeah, the gatekeepers, the watchmen, the ones doing the teaching, they're the ones most difficult to reach with the truth when they're in error, because pride won't allow them to turn away from their error, you see. Yes, indeed. And that's the most troubling thing for me to watch, disheartening, because even though it's so clear in the scriptures, they reject it and they speak against you when you point it out from the scriptures. And that's most disheartening. Yeah, well, the question is a key again, and I'm not here to argue with you, but I just want to highlight, what does it mean to keep? So ask the scriptures that question. What does it mean to keep the Shabbat? Okay, ask the scriptures that question. And then after you ask the scriptures that question and you search out that answer, evaluate the answer that the scriptures give. And then honestly ask yourself, am I keeping Shabbat? Am I able to keep Shabbat in the way that Yahuwah has told me to keep it? Or am I going to now formulate my own definition for keeping? Yes, go ahead, Aki Daniel. And I see your question, Aki M. Harrison. I'm going to come back to that question. Go ahead, Aki Daniel.
Because, in order for us to keep Shabbat, we have to make certain sacrifices and all that type of stuff, right?
Yes, indeed.
And it's improper for us to do that if we're not in the land, with the temple, with the Hakam.
Right. Absolutely, Aki. Absolutely. It's absolutely right. And that's what the scriptures tells us, So when we study in the scriptures, Yahuwah gave Yasharal 3 places of worship. Let's back up. I'm answering your question now, Aki, and Aki Dani, I'll just help to answer the question. I hope you heard what he said. He said that in order to keep the Shabbat, one of the requirements is that there have to be the sacrifices. Now, religion tells us that the sacrifices are done away with. Torah doesn't teach that. The scriptures doesn't teach that. Okay, the sacrifices are not done away with. The reason why the sacrifices are put on hold because we are in captivity, because we have been scattered. Christianity teaches that, but the scriptures doesn't teach that. Okay, Akidani, I'll just point it out. According to scripture, to keep Shabbat, the sacrifices must be adhered to. Plus, you need the priesthood. Plus, you need to be in the place. Okay, the place chosen by Yahuwah. Now, for the weekly Shabbat, Yahuwah gave 3 places of assembly. For the weekly Shabbat, Yahuwah gave 3 places of assembly. So let's do some quizzing here on the scriptures, on Torah. According to Torah, this is a quiz for you, family. Anyone can answer. As many people as possible can answer, please. According to Torah, what are the names of the 3 places of assembly given to Yasharal for the weekly Shabbat? According to Torah, what are the names of the 3 places given to Yasharal for assembly on the Shabbat? A little bit of quiz. The 3 places. Akim Aganyahu wrote Yerushalayim, Shiloh, and Beyat Al. And that's absolutely correct. Yerushalayim, Shiloh, and Beyat Al. Those are the 3 places given to Yasharal for assembly on the Shabbat. Okay, here's another question. What was the rule given to ensure that the people did not violate Yahuwah's definition of work on Shabbat? What was the rule given to ensure that Yahuwah, so when it comes to assembling, let me define it a little bit more, and that's right, Aki, no sweating, but let me define the question a little bit more. So in regards to assembling, let me define it a little bit more. In regards to assembling, what was the rule given to ensure that Yasharal did not violate That's right. There is it. There it is. The people were not allowed to travel no more than a Sabbath day journey. We all remember reading that in Torah about the Sabbath day journey. So what's a Sabbath day journey? And why? Okay, let's continue with the questioning. All of the answers is in Torah. But people teach about Shabbat and they say they're keeping Shabbat, but they don't know these things. Okay, but yet it's in Torah. These are all Shabbat instructions. These are all instructions that govern Shabbat. So let's ask some more questions. What is a Sabbath day journey? What is a Sabbath day journey? Next question. What is a Sabbath day journey? The scriptures talk about a Sabbath day journey. What is a Sabbath day journey? So the rule was that the people should not travel no more than a Sabbath day journey on Shabbat. Right? Well, not in terms of hours, because they not in terms of hours, but what we learn from scripture. We hear them say a lot of stuff. They tell us all kinds of stuff. But okay, so the question might be a little unclear, so I'm going to give the answer. A Sabbath day journey, a Sabbath day journey is the distance from, oh wait, before I give the answer, maybe I can help out by asking another question. When Yahuah laid out the land, when Yahuah gave territories to the tribes of Yasharal, were they in order? Did Yahuah lay them out in a certain order? When Yahuah gave territories to the tribes, were they in order? Absolutely, they were. They were. Is that by coincidence that they had an order? They had a certain layout? No, it wasn't by coincidence. Remember now, okay, let's back up to the tabernacle. When they had the tabernacle with them going through the wilderness, when they set up camp, all the tribes were supposed to be in a certain position around what? All the tribes were to be in a certain position around, you could say, the ark, or in general the tabernacle. In a broader sense, they were supposed to be in a certain position around the tabernacle, around the tent of meeting, right? And even in that order, you have 12 tribes, a lot of people. But even as they were in transition, when they set up camp, they were to be within a Sabbath day journey from the tent of meeting. So when they left their house, a Sabbath day journey would be a distance that was short enough so that it does not become laborious or laborsome. They shouldn't be working up a sweat trying to get to the set apart place on the Shabbat, because they were required to go to the set apart place on Shabbat. So a Sabbath day journey is the distance from the place of their dwelling to the set apart place. You follow? A Sabbath day journey is the distance from their places of dwelling to the set apart place. And their set apart places were set up around the places, the set apart places now that Yahuah, while they were in the wilderness, they had the tabernacle. Once they got into the land, Yahuah established 3 places of assembly: Jerusalem, Shiloh, Beat Al. And they were to set up their dwelling places in such a way that when they traveled to those places, which was required for them to do on Shabbat, that it did not become laborious or laborsome. That amounts to a Sabbath day journey. The journey from their home to the set apart place without becoming laborsome or laborious. That's the Sabbath day journey. So the reason why Yahuah established 3 places of assembly for Yasharal, why when they got into the land, was because of the layout, the way the land were proportioned to them. And the places of assembly were strategically set up so that the people would not violate the Sabbath day journey Torah. Because they were commanded by Torah to go to the set apart place on Shabbat, the place that Yahuah has chosen to make his name dwell. When it comes to the weekly Shabbat, they had 3 options. But when it comes to the annual and the seasonal feast, they had 1 option. And for that, so the 3 feasts of Yahuah, they were to travel not to Beat Al, they were to travel not to Shiloh, but where were they to travel for that? They were to travel to Jerusalem. You see, absolutely. They were to travel to Jerusalem. Now, there was no law because against that far travel, because again, they're going there for the feast, remember? Now, in that body of instructions, when they come for the feast, Yahuah tells them that when you go for the feast, you're supposed to bring your tithes, right? But Yahuah says, if the journey is too far for you to take the tithe with you, what are you to do? You see, it's all in Torah. Yahuah's word make it clear. Yep, Yahuah says sell it. Yep, exchange it for money. And then what you do next? When you get there, there was a marketplace at the Hekal. Buy it back and then offer it. Sell it, trade it for money, take your journey. When you get there, this is because Jerusalem would be so far for some people now when you got to go up there for the annual feasts. Sell it, buy it back, and offer it. All of this has purpose. All of it has reason. All of it conveys truth. All of it tells us the truth. All of it guides us in Yahuah's way. And if we don't understand it, we don't understand the feasts of Yahuah. We don't understand the Shabbat and the Shabbatah of Yahuah. And a whole lot of people out there teaching don't understand, but yet they're professing to be teaching and then critiquing. Teaching and critiquing what they don't understand, what they have not fully studied. You see. Matthew chapter 24 and verse 20. Let me go to it, Aki. I don't remember what verse 20 says. Let me get to it. Bear with me just for a second. Aki M. Harrison said, so that goes along with Matthew 24:20. And again, but you see, Aki, so, and I'm just reading for the purpose of those who don't see your comments on YouTube, Aki. So Aki M. Harrison said, so I don't travel on at all on Shabbat. I stay in my dwelling. And again, that's another clue that we're not keeping Shabbat, because keeping Shabbat requires a degree of travel, but we are not in a position to travel to fulfill the instruction of Shabbat, you see, because it's linked to us being in the land. The instruction is tied to the land. Let me go to Yahuah 24 and verse 20. I know that this is unpopular, and it's and sometimes it's very offensive to people. People have left this assembly just because of that, you see. But I know it's offensive to some people, but it's the truth, and I got to speak it. I can't be worried about who's gonna not show up anymore, because that's not what it's about. You know, it's about truth. It's not about numbers. You see.
I was just typing, but I can't type quick enough. My tablet's messing up. I was saying our children need to know this. They need to be familiar with this. When times is changing, they say, "Oh, I remember my mom or my grandmom or my great grandmom telling us this looks like that. What to expect next." They need to know this stuff.
Indeed. Now, Yahuah, Aki Harrison had mentioned Yahuah chapter 20, so I'm going to it. It says, "And pray that your flight does not take place in the winter or on Shabbat." Now, actually, this is actually speaking about being in captivity. And Shabbat here, winter, this is metaphorical speech. Winter speaks of hardship, right? Winter speaks of difficult times for Yasharal. Winter here speaks of times of great persecution for Yasharal. So Yahuah is saying to the people of Yasharal, pray that your flight be not in the winter or on the Shabbat. Pray now. Pray that your flight. Now, so what is happening here? So if you live through the winter time, it means that you're going to go through great hardship through the winter time. You're living through times of great tribulation. You're going to go through great difficulty. So what does that have to do with Shabbat? Or pray that your flight be not on the Shabbat. Well, the only way your flight is going to be on Shabbat is if you had gone through the time of chaos and now you come into a time of rest. So Yahuah is saying, this is speaking about death, family. And this again is where Yasharal need to understand that we need not fear death. Yahuah said, you know, if I was you, I'd pray that I go to rest before chaos comes upon us. Let me read it in context a little bit more. Because if your flight is on Shabbat, it means that you would have gone through all of that great difficult time. What does he say would precede the winter time? Let's look at it. Back up a little bit. Verse 15, I'll start from there. So when you see the abomination that lays waste, spoken of by Daniel the prophet, set up in the set apart place, he who reads, let him understand. Let those who are in Yehudah flee to the mountains. This is a twofold prophecy we must understand. Because Christianity don't present this text in light of what it's truly saying. So we need to correct that understanding as we get into it. Christianity take this text and apply it all to what they call the last day. But this is twofold. This is Yahusha speaking about the destruction that was getting ready to come up on Yasharal soon after he leaves. Okay? He's saying to them that you are going to be scattered. And that's the scattering that brings us into where we are right now. We are living through that winter time. Our ancestors, when they were taken captive and brought into those captivities, whether it be the American captivity, the Roman captivity, all of the captivities since that time, they went through some stuff. So imagine, okay, I don't know how many people here watched Kunta Kinte recently. Kunta Kinte isn't the worst when it comes to when it comes to showing the brutality of slavery. Kunta Kinte, it show you a little bit, but it don't really show you a whole lot. It was far more brutal than what you see on Kunta Kinte. You kind of get a picture, but it was far more brutal than that. We're talking about the winter time. We're talking about the time of adversity. But in the program Kunta Kinte, in one of the series, when he ran away and they caught him, what did they do to him? Tied him up against a tree, and they chopped off a half of his foot or a half of his feet, right? Chopped it off. And then they would torture him by hitting him on it, right? As it was healing. Think about that kind of brutality. So Yahushua was saying to Yasharal that there is coming a time of great distress. Shalom to you, set apart. Shalom. Yahushua was saying to Yasharal, there is coming a time of great distress. So when we put Yahuah chapter 24 in context, it's not the picture that the Christians paint for us. This is Yasharal's history and the end of this history, what will be in the end. But the end is not something that we're waiting for. We are living in the end that this speaks of. Because this is talking about judgment coming upon Yasharal. As a matter of fact, I'm sorry, family. I hope you don't mind. I need to put this in context. I need to back up and I need to read it from the top in order for us to see it for what it's really saying, okay? Let me back up. I'm sorry. We haven't taken a break. I apologize. I hope you can grab something, refresh yourself. But to answer the question and to put it in its right perspective, I really need to back up. So bear with me. Yahuah chapter 24. And going out, Yahusha went away from the set apart place, and his taught ones came near to point out to him the buildings of the set apart place. Based on that, we know where he was, right? We know that he was in Jerusalem. And Yahusha said to them, do you not see all these? Truly I say to you, not one stone shall be left here upon another, until all which shall not be thrown down. At all. Not one stone shall be left upon another at all, until all shall. Let me read that again. And Yahusha said to them, do you not see all these? Truly I say to you, not one stone shall be left here upon another at all, which shall not be thrown down. Okay, now, watch this. Christianity tells us that Yahuah chapter 24 is speaking about a time to come. Do I have that right, family? Your time in church, is that what they taught you? That's what I was taught. At least they have different doctrines about it, but that's one of them. But for the most part, most Christians say that this is talking about a time to come, right? All right. Let's test that hypothesis, or let's test that lie. Yahusha here says that the time is coming. Wait. Let me ask this question. What are they looking at? What were they looking at? What's the conversation about? they were looking at the Hekal to the Aki. They were looking at the Hekal. So they were looking at it with amazement. And Yahusha turned to them and said, not one stone will be left on top of the other, but all will be thrown down. Okay. Now, here's the question. If this is speaking about a future time that has not yet come to pass, that this portion has not yet come to pass, what Hekal is this? The Hekal that Yahusha was looking at, is it still standing, all beautiful? The Hekal that Yahusha and his taught ones were looking at, where is it? Is it standing somewhere? Since this has not yet been fulfilled, then the Hekal must be somewhere. We're still waiting for the stones to be thrown down, right? Okay. Now, some Christians will go and they'll say this happened in 70 AD. Now, concerning their dates, I don't go by it, but the Romans did break down the stones. So the point here is that this is a prophecy that began a long time ago, but the prophecy is not yet wrapped up. We're still living the prophecy because this was a prophecy dealing with our final scattering. This is a prophecy dealing with the final scattering of Yasharal. Okay, Aki, Edward. Well, it was a delight having you with us, Aki. Will Yahuah willing, we'll see you next time. Oh yes, so you have a question. You said you traveled. No, certainly, Aki. Again, from a couple of perspectives. The law of Shabbat. Let me read the question for those who don't see it. Last Shabbat, I traveled early in the morning. I thought you were saying that you were leaving. You had to go in the morning. But let me read the question. Aki Edwards said, last Shabbat, I traveled early in the morning to fellowship with my brother and sister. Am I in violation for breaking the Shabbat? And the answer is no, you're not. And in part, again, the law of Shabbat is tied to the land of Yasharal, but that's one thing. The other part to that is this, that the law of Shabbat and labor, the law of Shabbat and travel is about labor, right? Breaking a sweat, basically. You're doing laborious work. And again, we're not in the position to keep Shabbat because we're a people in captivity. Also, for you to drive, I don't think you broke a sweat driving, did you? So even from that perspective, you got to travel somewhere. You're not breaking. You wouldn't be breaking Shabbat from that perspective, you see. But again, I want to emphasize that the commands, Yahuwah's Torah, as we study the scriptures, are tied to Yahuwah's land. It's not tied to America. It's not tied to any place that we find ourselves. You see, we're not tied to America or any place that we find ourselves scattered. It's not our home. We were scattered. We're slaves. We are in bondage. Okay? And if one don't think that they're in bondage, then try just getting up and saying, I'm going back to my homeland. And see how easy that is. If you're free, then that should be easy. If you're free to come and go as you please, that should be easy. But the only reason why it's going to be a challenge is because you are still in bondage. And what does bondage mean according to scripture? It means that we have been stripped of our benefits. It means that we have been stripped of our heritage. That's what scripture says. Yahuwah says that he's going to leave us naked because we did not appreciate the times when our grain and our wine increased. We did not appreciate the times when his favor was upon us, but instead we acted rebelliously. And for that reason, he said that he was going to drive us out of his set apart place. And he was going to drive us into defilement. He said that we would eat defiled bread, you see. A part of the curse, you see. So, you know, no, it wouldn't be a key. Now, so he says, and Yahusha said to them, do you not see all these? Truly I say to you, not one stone shall be left here upon another at all, which shall not be thrown down. And as he sat on the Mount of Olives, the taught ones came to him separately, saying, say to us, when shall this be? And what is the sign of your coming and of the end of the age? Hear that now. Pay attention to that. What is the sign of your coming and of the end of the age, or of the end of this period that you speak of? Yes, we understand that you're speaking about captivity, but when will that end? And it says, it's telling us two things here. It's telling us that our captivity, the thing that's going to bring an end to our captivity, because this is the captivity that we are living in, the thing that's going to bring an end to our captivity, or the one that's going to bring an end to our captivity, is the return of Yahuah. That's what we just learned from that text. So they say, tell us, when shall these things be? What shall be the sign of your coming and the end of this time period? They say the end of the age, the end of this period that you're telling us about, the end of this captivity. Tell us, what's the sign going to be of the end and of your coming? Now, it is your coming that's going to bring it to an end. But what is the sign of your coming? And Yahusha answering said to them, take heed that no one leads you astray. Take heed that no one leads you astray. Yeah, many are going to come with all kinds of false teachings. Take heed that no one leads you astray. For many shall come in my name, saying, I am Mashiach, I am the Mashiach. And they shall lead many astray. That happens in many ways. They come in the name of Jesus saying, I am the Mashiach. They come in the name of Krishna saying, I am the Mashiach. They come in the name of Buddha saying I am your Mashiach. They come in the name of whatever, Muhammad saying, I am the Mashiach. And they all also come in the name of Yahusha. They'll come in the name of Yahuah saying, I am your Mashiach. They'll come all kinds of ways saying, I am Mashiach. For many shall come in my name, saying, I am the Mashiach, and they shall lead many astray. And you shall begin to hear of fightings and reports of fightings. See that you are not troubled, for these have to take place, but the end is not yet. For nation shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, and there shall be scarcity of food and deadly diseases and earthquakes in places. And all these are the beginning of birth pains. No, it's not saying it's the end. It's not saying the end is in sight. It's saying these are the beginning of birth pains. Now, have these things been happening? They've been happening, but they're the beginning of birth pains. Then they shall deliver you up to affliction and kill you. So historically now, put this in its historical context. So before they were dragged out of the land, wars, different hunger, scarcity of food came upon them. That wasn't the end. Then they're going to bombard the city, break down the walls, and then they're going to come in and they're going to snatch you up. They're going to take you out. They're going to take you captive. They're going to take you to a strange land. You're going to be taken among a people whose tongue you do not speak, whose words you do not understand. Okay? Then they shall deliver you up to affliction and kill you, and you shall be hated by all nations for my name's sake. That's why they hate you. For his name is on you. That's why they change your name. That's why they call you nobody. Because the name of Yahuah is on you. And then many shall stumble, many shall stumble, many shall stumble, many, speaking about people of Yasharal, many shall stumble, and they shall deliver up one another. This is not some future thing. This is what's been going on in our captivity. And they shall deliver up one another and shall hate one another. Happened and still happening. Hate one another. And many false prophets shall rise up and lead many astray. Happening and has happened. Happened and is happening. And because of the increase in Torahlessness, and because of the increase in Torahlessness, because of the increase in people not following Torah, the love of many shall become cold. But he who shall have endured to the end shall be saved. And this good news, this Bashurah of the reign, you see, what is the good news? The Christian says that the good news is the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus. That's what the Christian says. But what does Yahusha call the good news? What is it? It says it right here. And this good news of the reign. What is the good news? The good news is of the reign of our Yahuah. And this good news of the reign shall be proclaimed in all the world as a witness to all the nations, and then the end shall come. Do you realize, family, that right now we are fulfilling prophecy? Yahuah said that the good news of the coming of Yahuah shall be proclaimed to all the nations. You think they don't see us? You think they don't hear us? And while some of them might be looking at us giggling and laughing, saying that they're stupid, there are some of them who know that what they're saying is right. Yahuah says this good news shall be proclaimed to all the nation. What did he say the good news was? Did he say it's the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus? Is that what he said the good news was? No. The good news is of the reign. The good news is of the regathering. The good news is of the reestablishment. The good news is of the cleansing of Yasharal. The good news is of the wicked being thrown out of the land. And that's why he's going to go on to say that Jerusalem shall be trodden under the foot of the heathen until the time of the heathen is brought to an end. That's the good news. That's the good news that we look forward to. The good news is the reestablished reign of Yahuah and his set-apart people. This good news shall be proclaimed to the nations. Christianity has told you that what you need to do is you need to jump on an airplane, go down there in the Amazon forest, go here and go there and tell people about Jesus, and then the end will come. That's what Christianity teaches. That's not what Scripture says. Scripture says the good news is that of the reign of Yahuah. That's what Yahuah said. So he said, and this good news of the reign shall be proclaimed in all the world as a witness to all the nations, and then the end shall come. They will know who is coming to invade them. Because his people are telling it. Yahuah has put it in his people to tell the wicked that your reign is coming to an end. So when you see the abomination that lays waste, going back now to, when you see the abomination that lays waste, spoken of by Daniel the prophet, set up in the set-apart place. So this happened. Set-apart place ain't there. What set-apart place is he going to set it up in? He who reads, let him understand. You know that there's a true Hekal and that there's a false Hekal in our future? You realize that, right, family? That the writings tell us that there's a true Hekal and that there's a false Hekal. The true Hekal will not be built by men's hands. The false Hekal is built by men's hands. The true Hekal comes down from Shamayim according to Yahuah's word. The false Hekal will be built in the place of the heathen. The place given over to the heathen. Katsun, Revelation chapter 11. He says, so when you see the abomination that lays waste, spoken of by Daniel the prophet, set up in the set apart place, he who reads, let him understand. Then let those who are in Yahudah flee to the mountains. We ain't going to be in Yahudah fleeing anywhere. When we go back to Yahudah, we're back in Yahudah. So this has happened. Yahuah is telling them about what was to come upon them. The end time that was coming upon them, that was the end time that was going to lead into our captivity, the captivity that we're currently in. Because you see, the way that our captivity came about is this: the Romans came into Jerusalem, and they occupied Jerusalem for quite some time. Then afterwards, Yasharal rebelled against them because they wanted emperor worship, and Yasharal said, we're not going to do it. And so Yasharal rebelled against them, so they rose up against Yasharal. This is after Maccabeus had already defeated them. This is later on now. And so they rose up against Yasharal, and when they rose up against Yasharal, they destroyed the Hekal. This is what Yahusha is speaking about here in chapter 24. They destroyed the Hekal, and they took some of our people into Rome, and some of our people flee westward. We ran into other parts of Africa. Ran into other parts of Africa. Many of our people settled in West Africa. This is now setting us up for the slave trade, you see. So many of the people of Yasharal settled in West Africa because the Romans was coming after them to enslave them. And so some were taken into Rome, and some flee into West Africa and into other regions. Now, after we settled in West Africa, that's where other tribes of Africa came and fought against us, and they established trade with the Europeans, and they began to sell us off to the Europeans, and those who they didn't sell, they stole. And that is what bring us to where we are today. You see. So there would come a time when the enemy would come in, they would defile the Hekal, which happened, and then they said, those in Yahudah flee to the mountains. Let him who is on the housetop not come down to take whatever out of his house. It's going to come upon you suddenly. This ain't talking about that church rapture they're talking about. That's not what this is talking about. In church, they preach it like that, but that's not what it's talking about. It's talking about the Romans coming against Yasharal as they did. And woe to those, and let him who is in the field not turn back to get his garments. And woe to those who are pregnant, and to those who are nursing children in those days. And pray that your flight does not take place in winter or on Shabbat. And what he's saying here is, pray that you're taken out of here before all this happens. Pray that Yahuah takes you before the tribulation comes, before the trial comes, before the invasion comes. And pray also that you don't have to live through it, because the kind of wickedness that you are going to see, and the kind of wickedness that Yasharal saw from these people, the Romans coming in, is like nothing they had seen before. When you look up the history of it was a man of Yasharal. I spoke about him last week or sometime. You look up the history of Hannibal. Hannibal defeated the Romans. He was in battle with them for several years, and he had 2 decisive victories over the Romans. But the Romans were relentless, and they kept after him for about 13 years. And it got to a point where they almost had him. But because he knew how brutal they were, you know what he did? He never surrendered himself to them. He killed himself rather than surrendering to them. Because the Romans, one of the things that they would do to torture their captives, besides hanging, one of the things that they would do would be, they would, while you're alive, and by the way, please understand that the cross is a symbol of worship for the Romans, not for us. And because the cross was a symbol of worship for the Romans, even when they hung people using the cross where they did, no, Yahusha was not hung on a cross, because that's not in the text. That was changed later. But it was an act of worship. And they would hang people, and they would strap them to dead bodies. Hang a living person as an act of torture. Tie them to a dead body. Leave them hanging there, a live person against a dead body. And what would happen is that as that body decayed, the decaying flesh, the maggots and everything would begin to eat into the living person's flesh. And before you know it, the dead body and the living flesh would become fused together. And the maggots do their work on the dead and on the living. And then while the living person being tortured have to put up with that stench and the pain and everything else. Yes. That's what he saw in a vision. Because he was a sun worshiper. And the cross is a symbol of sun worship. You know? So rather than subjecting himself to that kind of torture, Hannibal, he killed himself. But that's how brutal the Romans were. That's why Yahuah says here, pray that your flight be not in the winter or on Shabbat. Because the kind of stuff, the kind of evil that you're going to see these people do, in your lifetime, you've never seen anything like it before. And that's what our people went through. And so Yahuah said, and if those days were not shortened, no flesh. So if the days of our travail, even now, because our travail continues, if those days were not shortened, no flesh would be saved, but for the sake of the chosen ones, those days shall be shortened. Have they given up on our extinction? No. I was reading an article this morning. If my wife had it up, I'd probably read some of it to you. But I was reading an article this morning about the works of the wicked and how they plot against our people. This is in recent years. Department of Health, how they study us, how they, even through the school system, implement medication regimes that's meant to cripple our children mentally. It might sound like a fairy tale, but when you read it and you read doctors who are standing up and crying out against it because they refuse to stay silent in the face of wickedness, geared at our people. Yahuah said, had not those days been shortened, no flesh would be saved. But for the sake of the chosen ones, those days shall be shortened. If anyone then says to you, look, here is Mashiach, or there, do not believe. For false Mashiach and the false prophets shall arise, and they shall show great signs and wonders. Yeah. Those signs in church, they're lying signs and wonders. So as to lead astray, if possible, even the chosen ones. See, I have forewarned you. So if they say to you, look, he is in the desert, do not go out. Or look, he is in the inner rooms, do not believe. Or as the lightning comes from the east and shines to the west, so also shall the coming of the Son of Man be. So much for that secret rapture stuff. Yahuah said, when I appear, the world will know. For wherever the dead body is, there the eagles shall be gathered together. And immediately after the distress of those days, the sun shall be darkened, and the moon shall not give its light, and the stars shall fall from Shamayim, and the powers of the heavens shall be shaken. So family, as we studied the other day from the book of Daniel and the book of Katsun, and I pointed out that Daniel's vision was a panoramic view of history. Yahuah allowed him to see over a span of time and a span of emperors that would arise. In the same way, this prophecy covers a span of time, you see, and it continues into now. Well, family, you know what? We have held you quite long, even without a break. I'm gonna stop here for today. We didn't get into the book of Mashali as we continue to look at a woman's role, but we're gonna stop here for today. I've truly held you long, and yes, indeed, Aki. Yes, indeed, Adam means first man. Yes, indeed. And so I'm gonna stop here. I don't want to hold you any longer. Once again. Oh, yes. Please go ahead, Akut Vernice. Can you hear me, Akut?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been there is some history referring back to verse 16, 24 and 16 that talks about flee to the mountains. Well, Yahusha says, when you see these signs, flee to the mountains.
Yes.
And there was a war or something like that where
yes.
I'm not sure if it's the Romans or the Greeks. Anyway, where they surrounded they surrounded Yasharal, yes. and nothing in, nothing out, yes. so that they could sort of starve them out. And there is some talk now that perhaps there are places in America or even throughout the world where, with this, that this may be, this may happen or is on the horizon now, because something about an executive order that, there's, let me see, what is it? Obama's executive order 13603 that talks about, this, United States is going to take over all of the resources, and people are feeling kind of fearful that this is going to be happening to us. I'm trying to remember the name of that war or the book that references that information. Or scripture, sorry.
Yeah, yes. And that has happened a few times in Yasharal's history, and it certainly did happen. And I think Yahusaf, who they call Josephus, even wrote about that too with the Romans. When the Romans came in, that happened. Yasharal, they ran, they flee into the mountains. Yahusaf speak about them fleeing to the mountains of Petra and so on, or they call Petra today. And also in the times of Maccabeus, they also ran into the mountains, and they would attack the Romans from the mountains during their battle. I know that there are people today, and the wicked have always been after us. And I know that there are people, and there's this great talk of, and it's always been since Obama took office and before he took office, because Obama is supposed to be the quote unquote Antichrist. in the in the eyes of many. And all of our government leaders throughout the ages have been anti-Mashiach, anti-Yahuah. But so there is this talk. But Yasharallah faced difficulties time and time again, and we continue to face difficulty. We are people from a Christian mindset perspective, they speak as if something new is going to come upon us, as if this end of time, end of days is something new coming upon us, when we have been living in this time of judgment that Yahuah, end of times, is in reference to a time of judgment. And we have been living in this time of judgment. Now, while we have been oppressed, what's happening? Because there comes a time when the curse is reversed. And so what's been happening? You see, those who rule over us have had their high point. They've had their heyday. They've had their time of prosperity. They've drained us of every substance. So they've gotten their riches out of us. But and Yahuah allowed that. But then there comes a time where the script gets flipped. And what happens is the wicked now falls into judgment. And so while many people might not admit it or might not notice it, but our oppressors have been under judgment for quite some time, and it's increasing. So whether it be floodings, wildfires, or whatever it may be, these are signs of Yahuwah's judgment coming upon those who have oppressed his people. It doesn't mean that the times of our mistreatment is over. No. But there is certainly a transition taking place, because toward the end of our deliverance, it's not Yasharal so much that's really gonna face grave judgment. It's the wicked that's gonna face Yahuah for what they have done to his people, and Yahuwah's deliverance come to his people. So people speak of it as if these things are something reserved for a last time that has not happened yet. No, but we have been going through it and are going through it. And I don't know what the future holds. It may be that the wicked might rise up against us again, even is strong, and maybe even stronger than they have already. But one thing I do know is that Yahuwah is going to deliver his people. So I'm not concerned with the schemes of the wicked, because I know what Yahuwah's word says. When I see these things happening, you know what? It's time for us to rejoice, because we know that the end truly is at hand. So, yeah, so that's the way I look at it, Akut.
So you said that these, I was looking at Josephus and Maccabeus last week. Where would it be Maccabeus 1 and 2, or would it just be Josephus? You said Petra?
Oh, say that last part there again, Akut. I missed it.
Josephus, you said Petra?
Yes, I believe it was Yahusaf Josephus who spoke about Yasharal hiding out in Petra, and it talks about an earthquake that affected the region. I forget the exact. The writings of Yahusaf is quite vast. Josephus.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah, and so I've got to kind of go back and try to find some of that information. But he spoke about it, and in Maccabeus. So in your first and second Maccabeus, first Maccabeus chapter 1 through chapter 4 or 5 speaks about it, and in second Maccabeus the wars of Yasharal continue. So basically Maccabeus, the book of Maccabeus, is quite a bit about the wars of Yasharal, contending with the Romans. And so the entire writings of Maccabeus is really good to kind of read, to gain some of that historical those historical references.
Yes, Aki, you're absolutely right. Though there's a lot of talk out there that Obama is and I hate to hear it. I hate to hear that. But you were reading something earlier about us hating each other.
Yes.
And I wonder sometimes, is this sort of like we hate each other. We hate Obama. I don't, I'm trying to get some understanding about this whole Obama is evil thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's important to clarify here too that when Yahuah when he spoke about us hating each other, he's really speaking in specific regards to Yasharal's interaction with Yasharal, while Obama is really from the seed of Ham, not Yasharal. He's not even of the house of Yasharal. Now, his wife may be, I'm not too sure what his wife may be, but he's really of the seed of Ham. But as a people, we have that dysfunction too. Now, Obama, when we consider what evil is in the eyes of Yahuah, one would have to say, yes, Obama is evil, but is he any more evil than any other president that has gone before him? I'd say no, he's actually not as evil as those who have gone before him.
I agree with you, Aki. I don't see that he is more evil than anyone else.
Yes.
I feel really bad when I hear our people saying things about him like that. I don't know how evil he is. I'm not there with him, and I'm not that smart about the system, but it just kind of hurts me to hear things like that about him, that he's going to do us in, and, things like that, I don't know.
Yeah, but it's easy. I tell you what, it's easy for melanated people to see the evil in another melanated person. That's just the way we are. So, but we don't see it in others as well as we would see it in ourselves. That's one of the ways that we have been duped time and time again. I think Aki Maganyahu and I was having a conversation earlier. We were talking about the Zulu tribe. Now, the Zulus, they conquered everybody in Africa. They were quite strong, and they were good at war, and they had many victories. When the Europeans came in, they were quite skeptical about the Europeans. They didn't trust them. Shaka Zulu didn't trust them at all. And he basically named them. He said things about them before they did it. He just knew that's the way they were going to act. And in the end, they ended up, conquering, dismantling, disempowering them. And they took over. But the reason why I brought that up again too is that even when you go back to the tribes in Africa, the tribes in Africa, it must be understood, have always been, for the most part, many of them have always been antagonistic toward one another. They did form alliances, but they warred against each other a lot, and for different reasons. You see, but yet many of those tribes that would war against one another, when the Europeans came in, they trusted the Europeans very easily, and as a result of them trusting so easily, they were easily manipulated and consumed. And so that same thing continues among us today.
Thank you.
Praise Father Akut. All right. It's let's see. Yes, indeed. Yes, go ahead, Akut.
I just have a very quick question, a very simple one. Praise Father for the very always, and Shabbat Shalom to everyone in the room. I had always prayed in the past to be alive when Yahushua returns, beginning to think that it's better to pray that you not be alive to see all of the horror that is to come, that is the correct way to pray. Is that true, Aki?
Okay, well, that's a great question.
Am I understanding correct?
Yeah, that's a great question, Akut. Now, going back to what we just looked at in Matthew chapter 24, and again, when we study the scriptures, we have to keep in mind what Yahuah tells us about his word, right? He tells us that there is nothing. Can you hear me, Akut? Akut al-Yashaba, can you hear me? I think we lost her. Let me just check to see. I think, let me say Shabbat Shalom to you, Akut Shar. I know you've been here. I didn't realize it. I'm sorry. I didn't greet you sooner. Akut, I think we lost Akut al-Yashaba. I don't know if you can hear me, Akut. Just let me know if you can before I respond. Seemed like you were having some trouble. I don't think she can hear me. Oops, let me go back 1 second. I think she might have responded in text. Give me just a sec. Let me type. All right. Okay, yeah, I figured I could. Can you hear me now? Okay, praise Yah. All right. So, kind of going back a little bit. So, remember a moment ago I stated that when you look at the book of Matthew, or chapter in Matthew, chapter 24, as we study it, we realize what we see is that it's a prophecy that covers a vast span of history. And of course, the scriptures tells us that there is nothing new under the sun that has been, is, and will be, so on and so forth. And so we certainly, life is a cycle, and things that has happened before, we see them continuing to happen. The cycle comes back around and so forth. Now, from the perspective of Matthew chapter 24, Yahuah or Yahusha was saying to the people of Yasharal at that time that I'm bringing the enemy against you. Judgment is coming upon you, and this is what it's going to look like. And pray that your time be not in the winter or on Shabbat. So he was talking about an invasion, and in particular, this invasion was going to be the invasion of the Romans. So that was something that took place, and it's a difficulty that came upon Yasharal, and then they were taken into captivity, and who weren't taken into Rome, they ran away, went into West Africa, and from there, that's where we ended up in the slave trade. And then we got into the slave trade, which is a continuing of the prophecy, the suffering that Yahuah spoke of that would come. And during that time, millions of our people died, as Yahuah said it would be, and there was great suffering of our people. And Yahuah also said, for example, in the book of Baruch, that, or not in the book of Baruch, I think it might have been in the book of Ashdras, he said that a time would come in the captivity where we would kind of lighten the burden. And so we are living in a time where we see the burden lightened, in our captivity. Now, does it mean that not a time of affliction would not return before the coming of Yahuah? Because that's what's going to bring to an end our captivity. From the perspective of Matthew chapter 24, it doesn't explicitly tell us that, because what is being stated there was speaking of the Romans coming in and taking Yasharal, tearing down the Hekal, when he said not one of these stones will be left on top of another. So that's something that took place. But Christianity tells us that this is something that's going to happen later in the future. So that's why I kind of went over that earlier, to point out that this is something that actually took place. Now we're still living through this prophecy, because the prophecy deals with a vast span of history, you see, because that invasion is what led now to our current captivity, and our current captivity is not over. Yahuah, though, is going to put an end to it. So will we see increased travail again before the coming of Yahuah? It's possible, but that's not what the text is making reference to there, but it's possible, because again, there's no new thing under the sun. And so, but in any case, to answer the question more directly now, should we pray to see his coming, or pray that, you know, our flight comes before his coming? Based on what Yahuah says there, it would be, the answer would be, pray that our flight comes before his coming. Because again, and then too, when you go to the book of Katsun, Revelation, chapter 17, 18, and 19, it talks about when Yahuah begin now to turn his judgment on the wicked who have oppressed his people, how the wicked, instead of repenting and turning from their wickedness, they'll become more wicked. They'll curse Yahuah, and they'll try to still continue to go after his people. So you know, I believe that it may we will see more travail, and we continue to see travail. How much will we see it to the degree that we have seen it in the past? It may be, or it may not be. I'm not too certain on that. But to answer the question more directly, what should our prayer be? Well, Yahuah said, pray that it be not in the winter or on the Shabbat, you know. But I think more appropriately, our prayer should be, come quickly, and, you know, may Yahuah spare us from the wrath of the wicked. And so I believe perhaps, you know, that's an appropriate way to pray, Akut. Yeah. Yes, I understand that, Akut. Yes, praise Yahuah. Yeah, but you know, Yahuah sparing us from the wrath of the wicked. He could spare us. He delivers us in different ways. Sometimes he delivers us out of, sometimes he delivers us from, and sometimes he delivers us through, you see. So we pray for deliverance in whatever way he best sees fit. Okay. All right. Well, family, yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, that's it. Bottom line, we pray that his will be done. Indeed. Indeed. I think I heard someone. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, so I wanted to add on to what Bernice was saying earlier.
Yes, Aki.
About a bomb and stuff. I want to ask, has there been a lot of Walmarts closing in y'all areas? Like, you know, like the poor side, well, not the neighborhood Walmart, but like the big Walmarts. I think they have a lot of closing, like shutting down and taking all the food out, and you know what I'm saying, going on in y'all areas lately.
Not in my area, but I did see in the news where Walmart, they said that their things are slow and they're closing some stores, but none in our area. I've seen that on the news though, where they're supposed to be closing, not stores, but warehouses, they said somewhere, and consolidating jobs, something like that. I saw a key.
Because I've been paying attention to the news lately, and I don't know if y'all paid attention to the speech that he just had. I guess it's the congregation or something like that.
No, I didn't see that.
Well, in the first, when he first came on and started making a speech, he was talking about how it's gonna be the last republic or the end of the republic, and that last arrogant speech, like it ain't gonna be another presidential term. You know what I'm saying? Like it ain't gonna be another president coming in after him. And there's a lot of talk about a big national disaster that's gonna get ready to take place, where he gonna end up having to take a third term. You know, so it's a lot of you know what I'm saying, talk going on in the news about what's happening. A lot of times they do put stuff in our face, but we really don't pay a lot of attention. So I just want to bring that to everybody's attention, because there's a lot of distractions that's going on. I think now is the time to really just focus on really Yahuah full time, because this stuff finna get ready. I think this stuff finna get ready to come down to an end in a little bit. You know, they said they finna get rid of the states, and they have finna set up union states. You know, so it's getting kind of crazy. So I just want to bring that attention to the room to, you know, kind of pay attention to what's going on, so we can gotta be more prepared.
Indeed. And you know, with that said, that information, when Obama first became president, I don't know how many people might have seen any of those videos when he first became president. There were videos on YouTube saying, this was when he first became president, saying that Obama, that they were going to change the Constitution and he was going to have a third presidency. This wasn't official video from the government. It was, you know, somebody made these videos. Said that he was going to, they were going to dissolve the Constitution, and that he was going to have a third term. And they were asking, and whoever made these videos were asking people on the street, and they had some black people on there who was excited about Obama, and they were saying, yeah, he should have a third term, and, you know, different things like that. Also, in those series of videos that I watched at the time, it talked about, and I don't know if any of the information that's circulating now has this, but it talked about the what they call that, it's this agreement between the trilateral agreement, I guess, between Mexico, Canada, and the U.S. And again, talking about the suspension of the Constitution and changing the currency. So this information, I saw it out there initially when he became president. Now, it is important for us, yes, Trans-Pacific Partnership. It is important for us to be watchful, okay? North American Trade Agreement, that's it. It is important for us to be watchful, but I also want to caution Yasharal that you have information, and yeah, these people are wicked and they have a plan. Believe me, they have a plan. But also, I want us to be cautious too of because you have people putting out so-called information with all kinds of different agendas. And you know, when you think about some of these prophetic scenarios, yes, Yahuah has his plan indeed. When you think about some of these prophetic scenarios, if you go back, you'll notice that a lot of them have been out there for a long time. And sometimes we might see something thinking that it's the first time it's out there, and it was not. It was a while. It went dormant, then somebody resurrected. You know, you know, is Obama going to serve a third term? I doubt it. I really doubt it. Somebody else maybe, not Obama. I doubt it seriously. So some of this information that's out there, I see it, and the way I look at it is, you know, Yahuah's will be done. Because sometimes nowadays we have such technology that anybody can create anything and make it look convincing. You see, we see videos, documentaries put out, and they look professional, they look convincing. But how much weight can we, put on it? So my advice is know that, yes, we are dealing with the wicked. They're going to have their way, but I don't get so consumed with trying to put a timeline on their working, because ultimately Yahuwah's working is greater. But so like Aki Daniel says, staying focused on Yahuwah is really what's most important. There's all kinds of misleading information out there, and I'm cautious as to, I see stuff, but I don't repeat it easily, because I've seen, I don't know how many people remember back in 2010, 2011, leading up to 2012. There were many videos out there that got millions of views. And the videos were well put together. And what the videos said was that they have this comet, Nibiru, that was heading to towards Earth, and just the government know about it, and they haven't been saying anything. And it's so big, not the Halley, but the Nibiru is so big that even though it's passing planet X, even though it's passing millions of miles away from the Earth, it's going to come quite close to the Earth, but the gravitational pull, it's going to change the Earth's magnetic field and disrupt the magnetic, and basically it was going to be doomsday now. And it's going to cause earthquakes and a bunch of stuff. And this stuff was circulating like mad. And I was watching it, and I bought into it for a little bit because of the way it was presented, and by so-called people who are professing some kind of knowledge of science. As it turned out, it was total nonsense. And along with that, you know what was connected to that? You had people who were actually selling bunkers, and buy this bunker to stay safe, and you need to be in this area when this happens, and so on and so forth. Yeah, Y2K, same thing. You see, same thing. So this information come up from time to time. Yeah, in the doomsday preppers. And this information come up from time to time, and people buy into it. And, and every time it's always connected to some legislation. They say, is this legislation, that legislation been put in place? Again, we know we're dealing with the wicked, and they're always writing laws against us. But there are people out there who manipulate the facts too. I don't know for what reason. I don't know. But what's the sense? I don't know. But they manipulate the facts to the point that they become convinced by their own lies. And so we have to deal with that in wisdom also. Yeah. Yeah, if anybody, I think if anybody's going to get killed, he certainly would be on the top of the list there. Yes. Okay. Well, family, any other comments or questions before we go? We're gonna prepare to close out. Go ahead, Aki. Go ahead.
Aki, Shabbat Shalom, family. I just wanted to give you a praise for the lesson today. Excellent word, Aki, Tudah Rabbah, for bringing Yahuwah's wisdom to us. And the recent discussion we're on, I've seen some evidence, it's online, and like you said, Aki, people can create stuff that looks real, but it might not be. But I've seen some information where certain groups are going to try and create as much chaos as possible at the Republican and Democratic conventions
Mhm.
coming up
Mhm.
where they name their, whoever that is, that's going to lead the conference, the presidential election. So, and to talk about that even further, I've also seen Craigslist ads where they're advertising for protesters, and they're willing to pay $16 an hour to pay protesters to come down and create chaos. And it kind of makes sense that, I've seen the Craigslist ads and I see what's going on. It kind of makes sense that this might happen during these two conventions. So that's kind of crazy. And what they're trying to do is create enough chaos to bring in martial law and give Obama a third term, because the two candidates won't be able to handle the situation since he's already in office. So it's something that people are thinking about out there, I'm sure. And if you follow the trail of the money, you'll find Soros, Koch brothers, Bloomberg, they're all behind it, and other billionaires.
Indeed.
So it's a little crazy out there. Something else I've been thinking about, and the key, we talked about this, is with all this technology, and we were talking about the resources and how the major nations, the major players in the world are going after resources as much as they can. For example, Russia has claimed the Arctic, and they're putting in drilling rigs for natural gas and oil. And the weather modification programs that are going on, and how we know they can do this, and they've admitted it. They ended the drought in California with their technology. It leads me to think that maybe, family, I'm just throwing this out here, I don't know if anybody's thought about this, no one's talking about it as far as I know, that maybe the nations of the world are getting ready for Yahuwah's return. They know that they are going to have to follow his ways and go visit him once a year. And if they don't, he's going to take the rain away from them. So they're gearing it up as best they can, grabbing as many resources as they can to fight him and his mighty ones that are coming here. And it's going to look like an alien occupation when he comes back to them as a government. They're getting resources, and they're looking at possibly modifying the weather so that they don't have to do this, and they can create rain for themselves. Just something I've thought about. I don't know if there's any validity to it, but it looking at scripture and what's going to happen next, and what they're actually doing, it makes me ponder that might be part of why they're doing this. Yeah. So, just wanted to throw that out there, family. Shabbat shalom, and I'm going to mute this mic.
Praise Father, and to the for sharing a key, and these nations, even as they work and they put things in place, sometimes I don't realize to the degree that if they realize to the degree to which they're simply doing the will of Yahuwah. So they might think they have a plan, you see. Just like it says in Mashali, it talks about the king who makes his plans, but it is Yahuwah who controls the heart, of the king. And so they might be planning, and they might think they have a plan. And sometimes they're planning and they don't even know why they're planning. And they might think they have a plan, but they're only doing Yahuwah's will. And so they're certainly making preparation, but I don't even know if they know for what, because they might think that they have one scheme going, one plan going, and it's actually something else that Yahuwah is working through them, yes, indeed, they're certainly working and even trying to explore other places to live. You see, all of it is a part of their big plan. It's not by coincidence or accident that they keep spending millions and billions and trillions of dollars going into space. You see, trying to make it find livable space, so the elite can dwell there, or whatever the case might be, and even wage war from there. And so, as the heart of Shaitan, that's the heart of the wicked, I will ascend, you see. I will esteem myself above Yahuwah, as Shaitan. So yes, indeed. But I believe that there is a validity to it, to that, a key. You know, pardon my again, when it comes to even the implementation of martial law, America does have something they call continuity of government. It's been in place for the longest time. They uh, for whatever happens, they sit and they plan for years in advance. I remember one morning getting ready for work, and a documentary was on the History Channel about energy. And this documentary was a television documentary from when when television first came about. This was in the 1950s, I think it was. And this documentary was talking about solar panels and all these different kinds of energy, you know, energy sources that that is just, many of us are just learning about in recent years. But this documentary from the early 50s is talking about all this, and it's speaking of it as in terms of 40 years from now and 50 years from now. That's the way that they were talking about their plans, you see, and basically how to provide energy to America, and talking about what the population would be by a certain time. And they're right on target. They were right on target. So these people sit and they plan for years and generations in advance, you know. Now, I come from a very chaotic place when it comes to elections. Chaotic because of the work of the CIA in Jamaica. What they did was they destabilized the country because there was one in the 1970s and 80s. You had a prime minister or a politician who he saw what Fidel Castro stood for, and he believed that it was right, and so he expressed his support for Castro. You had another politician, a Syrian Jamaican, who sided with the United States and did not like Castro. And so what America did was America began to drop guns in the mountains of Jamaica, thousands of guns, thousands upon thousands of them, and fuel basically what is what you would call that again, civil war. And ever since that started, elections in Jamaica have been the most chaotic and the most bloody ever since that started. I mean, thousands of people die in election years in Jamaica. It's just recently that the numbers are beginning to go down. But elections, I see in Jamaica and even in many poor countries in Africa, and it's not because the people they're just poor and stupid, it's because there is manipulation taking place. And so they destabilize the country. And so out of that, though, I see, you see people, the election cycle goes through, and they always come out, somebody always come out a winner. And the old one don't stay in there. New one comes in. It's chaotic, but somebody comes out. And it might be corrupted. It might be out of corruption. So the one who comes out ain't necessarily the one that should have won. But there is, you know, much ballot fixing or whatever the case might be. And the one with the most power, not necessarily with the most votes, one with the most power, the most backing, or the most powerful backing would normally win. And so you know, it might be that uh, I believe that this election season, you listen to people. You know, at first, what's his name? Bernie Sanders. Some of Bernie Sanders supporters were saying that they were ready to create chaos um, if he wasn't the nominee. Kind of looking at what's going on, what it seemed like they're working. Like he met with Hillary Clinton the other day, and they're working to pacify the situation. And he has expressed his support for her, so they're working to pacify that situation. Um, and with what's his name, Donald Trump, he has uh, people who says that, you know, feels that if he don't win, then there will be chaos, you know, and if he didn't win the nomination, there would be chaos, and so on and so forth. So it's all this. We're in a territory from a political perspective that we've never quite seen. But out of it, again, I'm skeptical as to whether or not, because again, in the midst of chaos, they can still change government. That's easy for them to do. Um, I don't know what would be the benefit of leaving Obama in there. I'm not so sure. Put Hillary Clinton in. I don't know if it probably be the same as leaving Obama in there. You know, put put what's his name in? What's his name? Uh, Whatever that guy name is. It'd be like taking us back to the 1960s. So I don't know. Either way, their agenda is going to get done. And will they have to leave one in there to continue it? I'm not sure. So forgive me. I'm a little bit skeptical as to, you know, the argument for Obama being left in place. They can declare martial law and still continue with government. They have they have that in the continuation of government. But yes, indeed, Babylon is falling. I want to caution family. Again, a caution. Again, Yahuwah's will be done. But I'm mindful of timeline predictions. That's just me. I don't want to claim to know that when anything is going to be, because I don't. And I'm skeptical of people who come with times because I've seen it too many times and they've been wrong every time. So Yahuwah's will be done in his time. I say we continue to seek and serve Yahuwah. All right. Well, we're going to prepare to close out here today, family, and Yahuwah willing. We'll be back on tomorrow evening for Foundational Facts Fellowship. And so, again, I want to express my appreciation to you for your patience, and praise Yahuwah for this fellowship, and for all of your contribution, family. I praise Yahuwah. Praise him for his word. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see Akut Carmen's question. Sorry, Akut. Should we be voting for anyone on any level of government? No, not at this time. Certainly not. Certainly not, Akut. You know, the wicked will those in that arena, they'll have their say, and Yahuwah will preserve his people. Yes, indeed. Yes. Yeah. They're going to have their way regardless, you see. You're welcome, Bakut. Praise Father, Akut Amuna. Praise Yahuah. Praise Father. Halahu Yahuah. Well, family, once again, love and appreciate you all. Do look forward to being together again tomorrow evening, Yahuah willing. That's at 7 p.m. Eastern time. And so that's in Foundational Facts Fellowship. Let's see if I can find any information here for those who may want that information to join us. I think I have a banner with the information. I'm trying to find it. Hope I'm not. There we go. Okay. Uh-oh, what happened? Okay, so there it is. Yeah, so tomorrow evening, Yahuah willing, will be in for Foundational Facts Fellowship. That room number is 288-09658. 288-09658. And if you're calling via telephone, the number I believe is the same, 201-479-4595. And then again, you put the number, the meeting number, 288-09658. Yes, Babylon. Now, understand the question. There's maybe a comment question on the board. Babylon is Washington, D.C. Well, yeah, Babylon is a three-part system. Babylon is a system, not so much a place. It's a system. It has its religious sector. You know, that's the Vatican, the church. It has its judicial, and it has its military, but it's a global system. You see, it's a global system. So Babylon is really not limited at this time. For example, you read in the book of Peter, Kapha, I believe, he spoke of Babylon, and he wasn't speaking about the place. He was actually speaking about the system, you know. So Babylon for us today is a system. You can't outrun Babylon. You know, it's a system of oppression to the people of Yahuah. Yes, indeed. All right. Yes, certainly, certainly. All right. Well, again, we're gonna yeah. Yeah. Vatican City of London, DC. Yes, indeed. That sums it up. That sums it up. All right. So we're going to close out here, family. Hallelujah. Abba Yahuah, we thank and praise you for yet another fellowship. Thank you for this day, for your Shabbat, for the ability for us to come together, this opportunity. We praise and thank you. Father, we thank you for opening doors and allowing no man to close them. Abba, hallelujah. We praise you that you continue to barak and to keep us. And we pray that you would continue to lead us and to instruct us. You know, we read in your word a moment ago in the book of Mattatyahu, said that we are to be careful when many come saying, I know where Mashiach is, or he is there, here, or he is there. You say, do not go after them. And Father, we are living in a time of great deception. We're living in a time of many who rise up, many false messengers and many false messages. But you caution us in your word concerning the false messenger and the false messages. And so help us, Yahuah, to stay put, to stay rooted in your word, and not to be deceived by fables and anything intended to distract or to detract. Cause us to be wise, give us eyes to see, and cause us to know when to act, where and how to act, when to move and when to be still. Yahuah, we pray that you would lead us in these treacherous times, in these deceptive times. And we pray, Yahuah, that your word, again, your word would be a lamp to our feet and the light to our path. We humbly submit ourselves to you, Yahuah, and ask that you would be our guide. You would be our deliverance, and that you would be our restoration. In Yahushua's name, Amen. Praise Yahuah. Once again, family, love and appreciate you, and may Yahuah barak you and keep you. May Yahuah lift up his face upon you and show favor unto you. May Yahuah cause his face to shine upon you and to give you his shalom. May the name of Yahuah be upon you. Hallelujah. Praises to Yahuah. Love you all, family. Think as we close, I'll just put a song on in closing. And Yahuah willing, I'll see those of you who is able to join us tomorrow evening. I'll see you then. And so again, may Yahuah barak you all. May he keep you until we see each other again.
Behold, I will do a new thing in you. I will do a new thing in you. Behold, I will do. Behold, I will do a new thing in you. I will do a new thing in you. Behold, I will do. Even now it shall spring forth. 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 He will make a way. He will make a way. He will make a way in the wilderness. He will make a way. Yes, he will make a way. He will make a way in the wilderness. Behold, I will do a new thing in you. I will do a new thing in you. Behold, I will do. Behold, I will do a new thing in you. I will do a new thing in you. Behold, I will do. Even now it shall spring forth. 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 He will make a way. He will make a way. He will make a way in the wilderness. He will make a way. Yes, He will make a way. He will make a way in the Get music and motivation for your spiritual journey at setapartheart.com.
Praise Yahuah. Well, family, once again, shalom to you all and Layla Tub. And remember, Yahuah will make a way in the wilderness. Layla Tub, and Yahuah willing, I'll be seeing you all soon. Shalom. Can't.